The Sportsocracy.
That fires me up, man.
I love it. Say it one more time.
The Sportsocracy.
Shake it back!
Beer City's best sports talk.
It is gross.
Just earlier.
They are mature, actually. You just have to get to know them better.
Your lunchtime dose of dumbassery. Live from the Ingles studio.
And we are live, not from the Ingles studio, but thanks to Ingles Supermarkets. The low prices, love the savings, live from Radio Row of Night 2 of the NFL Draft. Detroit, Rock City. This big winner of the weekend,
Detroit.
The city of Detroit. This has been a phenomenal weekend. The city's done a great job of putting on these festivities, making sure that everybody feels safe and comfortable. Everybody is taken care of. It's not. It's been great. The restaurants have been great. The food's been great. The people have been great.
The people have been great.
Yeah, I've been real impressed with the city of Detroit. Earlier today, they had a game down at Comerica Park, and just watching the flood of Tigers fans come out of that and go into the NFL experience and down into the concert venue area, Marcius Park. It's going to be another great night. 257,000 estimated in attendance last night for day one of the NFL draft. That was a night one record. And now we have day two. Second and third rounds of the 2024 NFL Draft. We welcome everybody into the program. Thank you for joining us once again. Be sure to get all of your comments in during the program, all of your questions, guesses on the picks, all of it all night long until the very last pick of the third round. And the Buffalo Bills are on the clock.
Well, they will be. They're not quite on the clock. We got 30 minutes till they're on the clock.
Yes. Oh, apparently my mic is popping. And I kind of sound digitized, they say. So
got nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing to pop. So
yeah.
It's not connected. So.
Yeah. What?
Your mic's not connected to anything. There's nothing to pop. Comes from an electrical cord issue.
Oh.
You're not connected to anything.
No, I mean it's coming across on the stream. Apparently, all digitized is what they're saying. I don't know. We have broken more equipment in this trip than I think we've broken in the last 3 years put together. Right. I will play with some chords here and see if I can do anything about my sound. As they say, you sound fine, but mine sounds weird. How about if I get closer to the mic?
Yeah, your mic is very far away from your mouth.
Will that be good? Is that better? You just let me know in the chat, and we strive on. So, tonight, what are you expecting, Jeremy? Second and third rounds, whole bunch of trades.
Oh, what am I expecting tonight? I'm expecting roughly 68 picks. I'm hoping that I don't fall asleep in the middle of it, and then I'm expecting to get on a plane and do it all over again for day 3 tomorrow.
Brilliant.
I mean, that's as honest as a man can be. By the way, Big said it was much better. Yeah, your mic's too far away from you.
Okay. All right.
That has to be an equalizer thing. Is that we've got somewhere because it's doing the same thing with the music too.
It's trying to ride something.
Now me, I eat microphones, so that's not usually a problem for me. Stephen Tao asked for best offensive tackles available. Let's see, the best tackles available. Kingsley Suamatea, he would be my 1. Patrick Paul is my 2. Roger Rosengarten would be my 3. Did hit 32 picks last night, 32 in my top 100. Let's go. You want to take a stab at who the first player that is selected that was not in my top 100 is?
There's already been one?
No, I said anybody want to take a stab at who
who it will be. Gotcha.
Who that I am just aggressively lower on than the industry.
That's a good question. I'm trying to think of a guy that we didn't say yesterday that I've seen a lot of
hype on.
A lot of hype on. Yeah,
I'll make a bet with you of who it is.
Okay.
One or two guys. Stephen Towle just hit one of them. It's either Spencer Rattler or it'll be Jalek Hunt.
Spencer Rattler's a good one.
I don't think he's going tonight. To be honest with you, I'll be surprised if a quarterback goes tonight. I don't know who it's going to be. I mean, are the New York Giants going to take Michael Pratt? I struggle to believe that.
Yeah, Michael Pratt, Spencer Rattler, and
Jalek Hunt. I'm telling you, that's who it's going to be. If it's not a quarterback, that's who it'll be. And there's two reasons I'm so confident about. One, I've heard about 10 teams today that are just in love with him and might take him in the second round. Two, he was the 100th player on my board that I took out for Javon Baker, who I think there's a better chance of Tank getting drafted tonight than him.
So you screwed yourself on that with a baseball.
I did. 100% I did. Okay. I did. Just like I did with Joe Alt, just like I did with a bunch of other things. I should have won the media contest, did I? No. You know why? Because I tinkered. Don't tinker. Don't tinker, boys and girls.
Danny Finn's fan wants to know why Broncos fans are so excited for Bo Nix. Well, and I want to follow that up with, why are there actually some Atlanta Falcons fans who are celebrating after the Michael Penix thing?
I don't know who those people are, but they've been real quiet.
Found them. I found some, and I don't even kind of get that mindset in really either scenario. The Bo Nix thing, I understand more, because you're as a Broncos fan, you're just you're dead inside after what's occurred over the last few years. And so you're looking for any hope possible. So you're clinging on to that. Well, this is who Sean Payton wants to run his offense. And this is the guy that he thinks fits the scheme, and he's the one that's the most accurate. And you have to lie to yourself to make yourself happy. I don't think anybody's genuinely happy about it. Maybe Pac-12 fans.
I'm stuck on the fact that the Denver Broncos, if there has ever in the history of the NFL been a more Jehovah's Witness looking quarterback room than the Denver Broncos, I don't know who it is. They all four look like they should be wearing white collared shirts and showing up asking if you've heard the good news.
Right.
Havoc in our YouTube comment said apparently J.C. Latham was Bill Callahan's favorite lineman, and they even called to make sure the Chargers weren't taking him. Bill did convert Tyron Smith from a right tackle to a left tackle. Fingers crossed. I saw no lies there. You're totally right. I don't think it's happening with J.C. Latham, but I've been wrong before. I have been wrong before.
Yep.
I was wrong earlier about how many pieces of pizza from Buddy's I should have, because I had 4 and I should have had 3. Because I'm getting real sleepy.
We should have stopped at 3, but when you order when you order the 8-piece and you don't want to carry it with you, you gotta power through.
I mean, that's the number one thing I've learned this weekend. Well, that's the number 2 thing I've learned.
What's that?
1, Detroit, actually a pretty cool city.
Yes.
2, Detroit-style pizza wins. 100 times out of 100. I'll take it over New York. I'll take it over Chicago. Josh Michael told me earlier that Philadelphia apparently has a pizza that sounds like tomato soup on crackers. That's what it sounds like. It's a very tomato-based with a thin crust. And I went, nope, don't need either one of those.
I mean, I'd be willing to try it, but
if I want
cheesesteak.
Okay, just not everybody gets pizza. All right? But no, we gave it to Detroit because Detroit brought it. Philadelphia, your crap sounds like soup. All right? Sounds like you got Mater soup with some crackers in it.
Yep.
So get out of here.
Yep.
I'm waiting for somebody to get like real cute and decide they want to put the sauce like in the crust and the cheese underneath the bread and just completely reassemble how you build the pizza, call it Candler pizza.
Colin Greene says he's had Falcons fans for the last 24 hours trying to explain to him their stupidity. There is no explanation.
But no, I got nothing. I don't understand how you went into last night as the favorite in the NFC South and you took a player that will do nothing for you in the next 3 years.
No,
2 years at minimum.
it's an absolute embarrassment. Oh, we're playing the Jordan Love game. Really?
All right, can we talk about the Jordan Love thing real quick? Look, I'm not trying to incite Packer fans again. I'm really not. But he's been good for half a year. Yeah. This is his 6th year in the NFL. 5th year in the NFL.
5th year.
Is it 5th or 6th?
5th. He's playing on the 5th-year option this year. I'm pretty sure.
No, I got to look.
I'm pretty sure.
I believe you're right, but now I'm second guessing myself. He has been in this league. He was drafted in 2020. So 2020, 2021, this is his 5th year.
Yeah.
This is his 5th year. He's 9-9, 64% completion percentage guy that has 35 touchdowns and 14 interceptions. Mm-hmm. Can we stop talking about Jordan Love like this is some great success story that everybody in the league should be following?
Well, I mean,
if that's why they did this, they're dumber than I thought. Honestly, if that's the model that they're following, they're dumber than I thought.
Well, that's obviously not coming from the team.
No, I got it. I understand that.
Every fan is trying to figure out the same thing. You're trying to do the mental gymnastics of how is Terry Font not this crazy? How is he a moron?
I got nothing. I really don't.
I don't know how you got to that. I've seen people trying to justify it with, oh, maybe I think somebody said it in a YouTube chat during the afternoon show of maybe they're going to try to use Kirk Cousins or Michael Penix as a trade piece. That's not how the game works in the NFL.
Insane. In one of the best drafts in the top 20 we've ever seen.
Right.
You drafted a trade piece.
That's what I said last night.
That's even dumber than what I did.
Right.
What I just said about Jordan Love.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's what I said last night. Like it's like you have to look at it in the scope of like an NBA trade. That's not how this works.
No.
We don't get players and flip them for each other and things like that.
No. Max K238 in the YouTube comments asked, do you think there's any way the Browns get Johnny Newton or A.D. Mitchell? Johnny Newton, I don't think so. Cleveland doesn't pick until 54.
Yeah. They're down there.
I don't have the order pulled up in front of me. I probably should. I do think it's funny that
They are at 54.
That's
22nd pick in this round.
It's sad that I know what pick the Browns are. Off the top of my head.
You've been doing it enough.
I have been doing it enough. Johnny Newton, I would say no. A.D. Mitchell is more possible. There are apparently some legit worries about him.
He seems to be sliding. He's obviously sliding.
He's already slid
just a tad. I mean, he wasn't expected to go too early last night. So, I mean, we're just at the beginning of the slide point. So tonight, if he lasts long, I would be shocked based on his talent. I don't know what the GMs know, though. So if there's backdoor talk that there are some concerns with him, then he could fall a little bit, but we're not into a free fall territory yet. We would be in free fall territory at 22, though.
No doubt.
Right. So the chances of either of those guys falling to that point, I don't like the chances of either of them being there. You want one of them. Hopefully, Andrew Berry does too, and he'll trade up to try to get one.
We have our first.
From Michael Whiteside.
If you're new here, your milestone chats, which is 29 months for Michael Whiteside.
Nice.
It's a long time. It's a long time we've been doing this.
Now, he says you're going to require your attendance on June the 1st.
I'm not 100% sure I know what we're talking about, but at this point, I'm also not 100% sure that I know that I'm here.
Are you drunky pants right now?
No, you drank at dinner, not me.
I did. I had a beer at lunch.
Well, I guess that was lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean I can eat again and not be considered a fat ass?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Guess what that means? As soon as this pizza goes, probably hands up off that big tree.
Probably should, because we got a long way to go before it all gets wrapped up tonight. 2 rounds of NFL drafting fury.
Danny Pinsman, what if Kirk Cousins isn't ready for like 5 weeks? Does it make sense? I don't care. Short of Kirk Cousins got his arms ripped off by a shark, it doesn't make sense. As long as he still has 2 hands and 2 hooves, I do not understand how you would draft him off the team. Yeah. Oh, Whiteside getting married.
Oh, awesome. Well,
Let's
congratulations, Michael.
You can count me accounted for it, sir.
Very nice.
I still plan on...
I'm afraid of how much Jaeger's going to be consumed at that wedding. All
17 whole crap loads.
All of it?
I must say 17 crap loads.
Crap loads.
That's an official term. It's an official unit of measure.
It is indeed. Is that close? Is that higher or lower than a shit ton?
There are 4 crap loads in one ship.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you clearing that up for us.
At least to what I understand.
Yes.
I still feel like we should offer my services for the mullet marriage.
Yes.
Of Jeremy will come to your wedding, he will marry you, and then he will intoxicate your entire family, including Yeehaw Nemo.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The whole family?
Whole family. All of them.
We got kids, man.
I mean, all of the legal age family.
I'm just messing with you. All right. John Moore says he's still shocked that the Bears got Rome Odunze at 9.
You should be.
Really? I wasn't that shocked. I kind of thought there was a path that was going to happen all night, that Rome would be there at 9 for them.
I think you're reading that a different way than I am.
Yeah, how did you read that?
I'm not reading it as he's surprised that it happened. I'm more reading it that when the draft order came out and we had 1 and 9, I never thought there would be 4 quarterbacks that went ahead of that. And Rome Odunze was a pipe dream at 9.
Yeah, okay.
That's how I read it.
All right. So, all right. I guess it is a bit of a surprise going back to them. Yes.
Oh, we have another one of these.
Oh, super chat. Michael Whiteside says maybe I can get Jaeger to sponsor the wedding.
I know who you call for that.
That is a perfect scenario.
I don't have as good of an in with them as I do with a couple other alcohol sources, but I can tell you who to call.
Could be sponsored. If your wedding is sponsored, do you need a sponsor? If your wedding is sponsored by Jaeger, then I think I'm going to need a sponsor.
No, I because I don't think you have a problem.
And it's all fun. It's all fun and games.
No, I don't think you have a problem at that point. I think you have a solution.
Mm-hmm.
You're not the only one that can be funny.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. I'm still interested in the Faygo bombs on the outside of that bar that we passed.
We did pass a bar that was
advertising Faygo bombs, and I'm pretty sure that's got to be like root beer and Jaeger, which is quite tasty if you've never done it before.
Oh, no, it's flavored vodka.
What is it?
It's flavored vodka and Faygo. Faygo's like the, you know what Faygo is?
Yeah, like root beer.
No. Faygo's like, there's like a series of pops, northern pops. That,
yeah. The root beer is...
They have a root beer.
Yeah, there's like root beer, orange, grape. They have all
like
the
grapes.
It's like Yankee knee high.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. But I would wager it was, since it's flavored vodka, I would assume it was the fruity flavored one.
Yeah. I was afraid to go in there, afraid that there might be one of the insane clown posse there, and that just it keeps me out.
I'm going to act like I understand what you just said. I don't, but
you know, they're from Detroit. Did you know
did
that?
not know that.
Yes, the Insane Clown Pot, and they sing about Fago and stuff. It's a thing. It's a thing.
Alex S. asked if we could do a charity tournament. Absolutely. As long as it's in June or later.
A charity paintball tournament?
Oh, I'll shoot y'all for charity.
Or
I'll
cornhole.
shoot him 100 times for charity. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. You hand me a gun, I'll shoot him with a paintball 500 times for charity.
See, Jekyll, I know things. Just saying. Didn't think I knew about the Insane Clown Posse.
If I do anything in May that involves me leaving my house, I did it wrong.
If the Packers do not get Peyton Wilson, Edgerrin Cooper, or Junior Colson, DNA 2 podcast says we're doing this shit all wrong.
I don't disagree.
Go get yourself a linebacker.
He really wants Green Bay to draft a linebacker.
Well, I think they need one.
I tend to agree.
I'm really not sure they have a good one. I had to refresh myself. I just want to pull it up here real quick just to look at that one more time, just to go, yep. Quay Walker, Isaiah McDuffie, Aaron Mosby. Go get yourself a linebacker, sir.
You're going to need that.
We're going to need to find some of them because I think these dudes played in the XFL.
They're also converting to a 4-3, aren't they?
Do what?
The Green Bay's converting to a 4-3, aren't they?
I don't know. They do have them listed as a 4-3 on the website here.
Because they finally got rid of the bum whose name immediately went out of my brain the second they fired him.
Oh, shoot. What was that jackass's name?
Oh, he was terrible. And we railed on him.
Look at that.
Ever.
Look at that. There might be as many people out there today as there was yesterday.
There's not even close. I looked out over the square when I went. I said, you see how zoomed in that is?
Yeah, that ain't real zoomed in.
Yeah, there ain't nowhere near as many people as there were. It's still super impressive.
Mm-hmm.
I know Jeff Hafley's the new coordinator. I cannot think of that old Jackson's name. Joe Barry.
Joe Barry.
DNA said we currently have Quay Walker and Tank playing linebacker.
Yep. Pretty much.
Based on somebody that, as somebody that has walked around the great city of Detroit with him for the last 3 days, that is not a guy that you want walking, chewing gum at the same time, anything like that involves movement.
Yeah.
We were walking over here, and he just drifts like right in front of me and pushes me into a light pole. Like, you put one foot in front of the other foot, and you just keep doing that until you get where you're going.
Don't crowd me, man. I'm making moves out here.
How did I crowd you? I'm walking in a straight line.
Alex says, do you think that the Panthers value Cooper DeJean or JPJ higher?
They fully believe that Austin Corbett can play center. I wouldn't be shocked if they liked Cooper DeJean. I was told earlier today that there are some legit med issues on DeJean, that the leg's not healing the way that certain teams wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
So I think DeJean goes early tonight, but I would say they would probably have him higher.
Pan says that he thinks the Steelers are going to go opposite of you, Jeremy, and take a corner in the second and then a wide receiver in the third. I feel like Pittsburgh has success with third-round wide receivers.
They do.
In the past, they've had some success there. Although they've had success in the second round as well. George Pickens was a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm. Danny Fence fan asked how he should
either way. Hey, Pan, by the way, we met Mascot Troy today. That dude's cool. He is.
He looked a lot like Troy Polamalu.
He is the Pittsburgh Steelers super fan that dresses up like Troy Polamalu. He was on. He said he was on with Pat Mack earlier today. He was over at the ESPN place, and he's going to be back at the draft party tomorrow in Pittsburgh to lead them out of the tunnel for the draft party. So that was pretty cool. We'll post a picture up on the social medias. I'll do that in just a second.
Danny Penn's fan asked how he should feel about Chop Robinson. Well, I mean, considering that Mike McDaniel was single-handedly trying to eradicate every pass rusher the Dolphins had by playing games that were long over, it helps that now you have a third one. My question is when you get the other two back. I mean, I think it was fine. I didn't have them taking him.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I think you should be good with him. Look, he's a really good pass rusher. He's a little bit raw. That's why you got him at 21.
Yeah, Rob Johnson, he wants JPJ too. How you like the fit for him there in Washington?
Oh, well, I mean, you signed Tyler Biadasz. I highly doubt they would have spent the money if you're going to do that. But some teams view JPJ as a guard.
Mm-hmm. So they could do that, or he says, should they look elsewhere on the line?
I would be looking to a tackle. They need a left tackle. Patrick Paul, Kingsley Sewell Mateo are the top two that I can think of. Or the top two on my board, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Alex Majabi says he wants Sanders at number 37, and he swears he won't bitch for the rest of his life.
I'm gonna say I doubt that.
That's kind of how I felt last night with that 26 pick in the first round. Just to give me one of the two. Just give me Barton or give me JPJ, and I'll be happy.
I feel like no fan should ever say that they will not ever bitch again for the rest of their fan lives.
Well,
I mean, my team is supposedly going to be pretty good, and I didn't get Brock Bowers and Iwine last night for a little bit, and we're at the draft.
Right.
DNA Tooth Podcast, let's play a fun game. Who has more playoff wins, Jordan Love or Kirk Cousins? Touche.
Good point. What do you think Brad Holmes has up his sleeve tonight?
That's from Michael Rimmer. I heard a rumor on Detroit earlier, and now I can't remember what it was. My phone rung about 5,000 times.
Detroit's got.
We got into a talk with a bunch of Bears fans,
we did.
buddies earlier. I looked down at my phone after the Tank wandered off because he does that a lot. Their table was ready. I looked down at my phone and went, I have 40 text messages. I just had this thing in my hand not 5 minutes ago.
Right. I had to go for a walk. Okay, went around, walk outside, go down to Comerica Park, check out the ballpark.
Crimes.
Saw Hockey Town, saw the Fox Theater. It's all right there in the downtown area. It's real cool. I'd never even thought about Detroit and what the downtown was like and all
the downtown.
All I've ever heard is just the horrible rumors of this town, and none
from
of them
what
are
I've
true.
seen, none of that's true.
I'm sure it's true in some parts of town, way outside.
I'm sure,
I don't know.
And I'm sure it's probably not always as streamlined as it has been this week when they had 300,000 people in town.
No doubt.
But
I mean, if you can have 17 cops on every corner every day, that helps.
They do have.
It is everywhere.
Mess of cops. I mean, it must be every cop on the force is working bell to bell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I've ever seen anything like it.
There are cops on every corner, and there's at least 4 of them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's
2 cruisers and 2 SUVs and 17 cops. And
it's an impressive show of force.
It is.
There's also been absolutely nothing untoward all week long.
Nope. Where did I leave off?
Bob Brown.
Bob Brown says, word is that there's turmoil in Atlanta after that pick last night. Any insight?
I know Kirk's pissed. Now the question is he going to get over it? It was all a bad look because they didn't call Kirk before. They never told him, and apparently, Jeremy Fowler had this a few days ago that the Falcons were interested, but they never felt the urge to tell Kirk Cousins that, which was an error in judgment. You sign a guy to a $100 million deal for him to finish his career out with you, and you should probably let him in on the idea that you're going to take a quarterback in the top 10. Yeah. For me, it would be enough for me to fire Terry Fontenot right now. Like, if I were Arthur Blank, I would fire him right now.
It is an
Now, are they going to get over it? Absolutely.
Yeah,
they'll all get over it. Because Kirk Cousins will look at his bank account and go, oh, yeah, there's that.
It's just I felt like it was an embarrassment for everybody involved. It was an embarrassment for Terry Fontenot. It was an embarrassment for Raheem Morris because now he couldn't have had much input into that. I wouldn't imagine. And then it's an embarrassment for Arthur Blank because he's running a clown show, right? It's an embarrassment.
It's just a terrible look.
Right. It's an embarrassment for Michael Penix because he gets drafted to a team where he's not going to get a chance to play.
He's who I felt bad for.
And then it's an embarrassment for Kirk Cousins because here he is, uprooting, going to a new place, and immediately they're doing stuff behind his back, and it's just gross. It's absolutely, totally gross.
That was a Gary Busey buttered sausage. What's it doing on my plate? Get that face.
That indeed it was.
Great of the Draftmas weekend.
Daniel Vales says, any chance that Nealon falls to the Bears pick?
Doubtful, but possible. I would be shocked if he falls more than 15, 20 picks tonight.
Mm-hmm. Targets for the Miami Dolphins in the second round for Danny.
Oh. Let's take a gander, shall we? Guys that I would say they're looking at, where do they pick in this round? Is it 21 as well?
Let's look. It is number 23. 55 overall.
Probably got the pass rusher. Wouldn't be shocked if they looked interior offensive lineman. If you could get to one. Wouldn't be shocked if Patrick Paul's on board and they made a play there.
Mm-hmm.
And I still think corner is something they're going to address reasonably quickly. So I would say Patrick Paul would be the most likely.
Yep. Tackles worthy of a second-round pick for the Commanders fans.
Kingsley Sumate.
From Kevin the PRF.
Kingsley Sumate. That's the only one really left. Patrick Paul would be more of a back into the first round or back into the second round.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, Pan, we were wondering how long you hung in yesterday. He said he watched from the 23rd pick on today because he had to go to sleep, because he had to get up at 5 a.m. to go to work.
That's commitment.
But he watched all the way to the 23rd pick.
That's commitment.
The damn draft didn't even start until 1 o'clock his time. That's a lot.
You're better.
I was like, well, hell,
you're a better man than me.
Hey, we put in the extra work last night, too. We stayed up after work so we could pound out all the alcohol in the cabinets.
I was not feeling wonderful this morning.
Curtis Davis says, come on, Bolts, JPJ or A.D. Mitchell. No Blake Corum, and Tank, you sound like you're choking on marshmallows.
That's actually just how he sounds.
Bolt
because he
gang,
might be choking on marshmallows.
Bolt gang or don't bang?
JPJ would make sense. A.D. Mitchell would make sense. I don't think they would take Blake Corum in round 2, but if he's there in round 3, I won't be shocked at all. You would, I would say you would have to worry about Chris Jenkins more than you have to worry about Blake Corum.
Mm-hmm.
But I could be wrong.
Stephen Westbrooks is planting the flag that Aditha Isaac will be a Lion today. I like to fit with him in Detroit.
I don't mind it. He's one of the higher rated edges left. So, I mean, I see the fit because that's a position of need for the Lions.
The Bears come up at 75, and John Moore wants to know, is it possible that Brandon Dorless is going to be there, or should he stop drinking Faygo-flavored vodka?
For Brandon Dorless, there's a shot he would be there. I'd say a pretty good shot he's there, actually. If that's who you're after, there's a good shot you're going to have a chance at him when the Bears come back on the clock in 70.
Yep. Havoc is wanting to know why you think the Eagles extended A.J. Brown with 2 years left on his contract.
Because they were scared that the wide receiver market's about to get goofy. So if I can get you at 32 now, I'll lock you up for 4 years and get you to shut up, then I'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I told the group earlier today, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, if I'm their agent, I'm starting at 40. If A.J. Brown's worth 32 and Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I love both those guys, but if they're worth 32 and 30 respectively, I'm worth 40. That's where we start. I might be willing to give you a discount if you extend the deal. Yeah, look, they just shoved the overhead. You're at 10% of what you had last night.
Really?
Last night they were so far zoomed out that you could barely even tell there were people. But that's still a lot of people. That's still a lot of people on night 2.
Yeah, it is.
Now, you look like that on night 3, and we might just have to have the draft here every year.
I was going to say there's no chance.
I'm curious to see how many people we have at the Village Porch and on the live stream from the Village Porch for day 3. Especially after we have said, it's not great. It's not a great day 3.
Bradley Presley wants the rundown on Laiatu Latu. He says you have to feel good about getting the first defensive player in the draft at 15.
You do. I mean, he was the best pass rusher in this class in terms of tape and just raw ability. The thing that you have to worry about with Latu is the medical. There's not nearly the questions about the talent with him that you have with, say, a Dallas Turner. But you do worry about the med. Mm-hmm. And neck issues are something they can shut it all down. But if he's healthy, you got to steal. I think you got to steal anyway.
Yep. All right, the commissioner has come to the podium and is kicking things off for day 2 of the 2024 NFL draft. Will be underway shortly, with the Buffalo Bills going on the clock with the 33rd pick in the draft. Continue to throw out your questions, your team fit, wants, all of those things, and we'll continue to get to them throughout the evening as we get to each and every pick with in-depth analysis. From ESPN Draft Nerd Jeremy Greene, once again, another thank you to Ingles Markets for making this trip happen. It's been a crazy off season for us, especially.
Oh, this is not the off season. The off season is what starts on Wednesday.
He's just got all eyes on next week's beginning of the darkness retreat, as he calls it.
100%. And this year's darkness retreat, she's going to be real dark.
Who do you think is available at 81 for the Seahawks? That from Fraser Reed.
Fraser, that's a ways down there. But getting Byron Murphy, I'm looking at guards. Who could possibly be there? Zach Frazier could be that. That's why there's so many Michigan guys here.
Yeah,
they're bringing out the trophy. That's who that big. Yeah, that's who that big fella that got on the elevator in front of me was. I thought he was a big old bastard. Zach Frazier would probably be on the high side because there's no shot JPJ is going to be there. Mm-hmm. Other guys that would be of intrigue to me. Well, let's just look. Let's just look to the old big board. Who would I be looking for? Cooper Beebe. Christian Mahogany would probably be on the list of pipe dreams. I don't think he'll last that long, but he might. Dominic Pooney. Those would be the top names I'd be looking at. Because I think Seattle has to come away from this day with a starting level interior offensive line.
Yep. Adam Scarborough says he'll be at the porch as long as you'll stay a while.
Yeah, I'll be there.
He'll be there all day.
And Tal's coming for the camaraderie. I will be there through every pick. I'll have to take down the Adam Scarborough said $20 super chat if Jeremy runs up and tries to snag the Natty trophy. They're a good ways away from me right now.
I was going to say they'll be gone from the stage by the time he gets to the elevator.
Oh no, they might be.
They may be. You still got to get out of this row without knocking those people over. What? We know wouldn't. That's not the nice thing to do.
Do I look like a nice person?
Yeah, I mean, you got a point.
You got a point.
We all know the difference. We all know the truth.
Michael Rimmer said Mason McCormick. That's a good one as well. I'm not sure he goes quite that high, but he might. Hey, let's see if the Buffalo Bills make a pick this time. It's the third time they've been on the clock. They have 0 players. So,
well, they picked up a little draft capital, moved down. Didn't really lose anything. I mean, you're sitting here in the catbird seat in the second round, and apparently they were fielding a lot of phone calls today. The
team with the first pick in the second round,
yeah.
That happens every year.
Yeah. But I'm hanging in here, and I think I'd go after Cooper DeJean if I was them.
Over A.D. Mitchell.
Again, I'm not sure about the well, yeah, maybe the medical. That would probably sway me. If the medical is a problem with Cooper, like the rumor says, then yeah, okay, you're right. Maybe Mitchell.
Pan didn't sleep at all yesterday. That's commitment. He just powered through and then had to go to work.
Damn right.
That's a warrior.
Yes.
Pan, you win the Felice Johnson Award for the 2024 NFL Draft.
Oh, to be young.
How old is Pan? Pan in chat.
I want to say Pan is a youngin'. I think we found this out one time.
We might have.
And he was a youngin'.
By God, I can remember who you pull for, but if you tell me how old you are, I'll forget that shit in 5 seconds.
Yeah, the Buffalo Bills. You got to have somebody. You got to have somebody to throw to. No more Gabe Davis. No more Stephon Diggs. Josh Allen can't do it on his own.
Damn, Pan's 40.
Really? Okay.
That's
true.
Warrior.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought I had remembered a
That's
younger number.
Me.
That's off
true warrior.
Absolutely. I'm impressed anytime a 40-year-old can still pull something like that off. I hadn't been able to do that in a long time.
Yeah, Tank was struggling to get off the to get off the old mat this morning.
Oh no! I got up and took a shower, and then after I took a shower and got dressed and went downstairs and came back up, and then it was like, you know what? Jeremy still has to take a shower. For the next hour and a half, I'm just gonna sit here and do nothing, and I did.
He did.
I did. I didn't even hardly move when he came out of his bedroom. I was just like, you go do your thing.
You did kind of look like you were dying.
No, just resting. Just resting because I knew today might be a day like Pan had yesterday.
Oh, today has been an adventure.
It's been a fun day so far.
Tomorrow's going to be more of an adventure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't anticipate really getting to sleep other than being in a plane or in a car until probably about I'll say a good 8-9 o'clock tomorrow night.
I would say that's on the rosy side for me.
Yeah. Still waiting for the pick. Oh, here we go. Picks in for the Buffalo Bills. We'll have the announcement coming to you soon. We got another super chat from Bo Walker. Big Bo says, "Hey Jeremy, can my Cowboys just cut Dak and get this Spencer Bennett and just suck 2 years and start over.
I think he combined Spencer Rattler and Stetson Bennett into one person, and now I want to call both of them that name for the rest of their career.
Oh, Spencer Bennett. Yeah, no, not going to happen. I know we were having that discussion over here at the media table just yesterday of Dak Prescott. I would just be willing to move on from him.
Dallas is 1 year from now when they actually have 7 dimes to rub together. But as always, we appreciate our buddy Bo Walker.
Yep.
Pan says he's here for the long haul today. Yeah. We are as well. I'm going to sleep in the car hard on the way to the airport. We ever figure out where we have to drop that car off?
I can't just pull my stuff out of it and leave it on the curb.
I don't think they like that.
Just, hey, here you go. This is yours now. Throw you the keys and wish you the best of luck. I'm going to North Carolina.
I'm going to sleep in the back of that thing for a while.
Who'd you give the keys to? I don't know. Some dude.
Some hobo.
He
said he had a bottle of Mad Dog in his hand, and I just handed him the keys.
The Buffalo Bills should be targeting a wide receiver with this pick.
I would think so.
They've had multiple contacts with multiple guys. A.D. Mitchell is one of them. Keon Coleman is another one.
Keon Coleman feels like the right direction here.
Keon
There
Coleman.
it is.
There you go.
There it is. That's a solid selection. It's also a solid number 1 for the Buffalo Bills. Keon Coleman, one of the highest rated players left on my board. He was
29.
My 29 overall. I mean, look, he was just an absolute monster at Florida State. I never understood why people pushed him down, and it was stupid to me. That's one of the best catches I've ever seen.
Oh, the one-handed catch over Syracuse.
Yes. He's just an absolute beast.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and good for Buffalo that you trade down twice and still go get a dog.
Well, and I feel like that's why. That's why they traded down, because they knew they were going to get one.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you trade with Kansas City? You said that last night. Why would you help Kansas City? Well, if I know that they're going to get a receiver anyway, they want to give me future capital or more capital in this draft, okay. Because I have a list of 5 receivers here that I'll be happy if any of them falls to me. So let's say that Xavier Worthy and Xavier Leggett were on their list. Well, they still had Keon Coleman and A.D. Mitchell, who are the 2 that they met the most with throughout the process. So they knew that they could trade down and just get some extra capital, and we'll get one of them.
But you didn't know they were taking Xavier Worthy.
I know. But that's what I'm saying. That did I really care if I had 5 dudes that I wanted there?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Because there's no path where you just go, whichever one. We're good with it. They're all fine. And they're all just receivers. Now, there's one you prefer. I mean, it worked out for you because I think you still got the best receiver of the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a trade.
Oh, the Los Angeles Chargers. Let's see here.
This feels like a move. Could
Chargers.
be for A.D. Mitchell. Let's see. So
that would be a
they move down.
Move.
So New England moves down 3 spots. They move up 27 spots from the beginning of the 5th to the middle of the 4th. Solid.
Mm-hmm.
It's solid value for New England. Let's see who the pick is here for the Chargers. Receiver makes sense. Jerzon Newton makes sense. Cooper DeJean could make sense.
Mm-hmm. I would believe that this would be for A.D. Mitchell.
I don't think there's many names they could say right here that would shock me.
Blake Corum.
Wouldn't shock me.
Really?
No.
I mean, it wouldn't shock you that he winds up there, but here, top pick of the second round.
Hey, that dude created a Harbaugh Herbert shirt.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. We were supposed to do that for the draft, but then I looks really sleepy. Forgot.
Making campaign
5
shirt.
months.
I forgot for like 5 months.
Yeah, and just the class just didn't for a while.
Those classic. After losing all of the offensive weapons and basically hitting the reset button here for Justin Herbert, Harbaugh went out and he got the tackle yesterday. And now I have to imagine that they will give a weapon to Justin Herbert. No more Mike Williams.
Benerski. That dude right there kicked for the Chargers in the Great Depression.
Lad McConkey. The most sure-handed receiver in the draft. He's my guy. I love him. I absolutely love him. Is he a game changer, though?
No.
Is he the game breaker
Here's
that
my
A.D.
question.
Mitchell is?
So who was taking Lad McConkey with? So the Chargers move up. Who exactly did they think was moving up there to snag him? I'm not sure I really get that. I don't understand how anybody would take Lad McConkey over A.D. Mitchell.
Maybe they thought that Washington was in on it, or I mean, to give that could have made sense.
I mean, look, Lad's he's a good player. He's fine.
Yeah, he's
just
a little more than fine.
Is he?
I mean,
Does he change anything? Does he really change an offense? Do you look at the Chargers now and go, yeah, we're set at wide receiver now?
No.
Then that was dumb.
AD would have made me feel way better about that.
I guess that's kind of my point. Lad McConkey was my 69th rated player.
Yeah.
Like I said,
yeah,
he's fine.
Yeah.
He had a solid third-round grade on him.
It's the ability he's dangerous with the ball in his hand. He's not the home run hitter, though. He can give you home run plays, but more than likely he's caught it 12 yards away from the line of scrimmage and then found the thing. He's not the burner.
Calvin Beermaster Rogers asked if did A.D. Mitchell show his to someone.
Maybe.
It's entirely possible. I don't know what he did, but I don't know why he's still on the board. To me, it's completely insane that he has not. He has not gone yet. Mm-hmm. Lad McConkey, that's fine. And I love that you took Joe Alt at 5. I'm fine with Lad McConkey. I just don't understand why he traded up. Oh, Jesus. Oh, we have trades the Atlanta Falcons.
No.
Just give me the engine. I'm worried about who this is.
You're worried.
The last time I saw them excited about a pick, it was the worst pick I've ever seen in my life. I'm worried.
It is. We've all got God.
Yeah, God, you better hope you don't blow this after you traded up.
Oh, watch it. They traded up to 35, and they're going to take Jalek.
Torrey Taylor. Punter out of Iowa. Let's go. Lock it up. Championship. Okay. Oh, my. They moved up 8 spots and gave up a third-round pick for it.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
8 spot.
Wow.
To go get A.D.
That's
Mitchell.
a lot.
If it's A.D. Mitchell, do you care?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
that's what I'm saying. Does that make it more worth it? Does that make it kind of okay?
I just want to see how bad that trade is. Because the value on that is awful. Let's see. So they move up. Atlanta moves up 43, which is 470 points, to 35, which is 550. So there's an 80-point difference there. That is the equivalent of the 107th pick in the draft. And Atlanta gave up 74. You got absolutely annihilated in that trade. Arizona wins. I don't care who it is. And please God, let it be Spencer Rattler. That'd be the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I'd probably just go home. Honestly, I'd probably just pack up and go home.
Oh.
I already hate this, and I don't even know who it is. Is there a player here that you're just going to go, yeah?
AD would be the only one.
Why is every other team passing?
I don't know, but wouldn't that make perfect sense for Atlanta? Every other team passed on him because his leg's about to fall off, and they're like,
yeah, we'll be duct tape it back together. I got a stapler.
Kurt wants a weapon. We'll get him a weapon.
Jeez. I feel like somebody very close to me knows who this pick was.
There was a groan.
And it was an audible groan.
There was a groan. And I don't know what it is.
Atlanta is real happy about what they've done. Arthur Blank looks like he's about to... He looks like he's calling Cruella, telling her where all the Dalmatians are for her puppy coat. I just...
For her puppy
coat. Wasn't that the gist of 101 Dalmatians?
Yeah.
She's trying to make a coat out of puppy.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you remember that?
Let's go.
That was the one cartoon you saw as a kid?
I did. Andre Full Moon Rising. Oh boy. Colin Greene just threw out a all caps what with a lot of smiley faces. Tank was prepared because I have a feeling that this.
Oh, it's our good friend Rook Rutro.
It's Rook Rutro.
I love that guy. Yeah. Is he worth a third round pick?
I don't. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna ask a question here, and this is gonna sound like I'm taking a shot, but I'm really asking this question: is it possible that nobody has explained the draft appropriately to Terry Fontenot? Because he does not seem to understand it. Who exactly do you think was taking Rutro?
Don't know. I don't know where your mind could have been at on that one.
I am so lost.
Wow. Yeah, Adam Scarborough.
He's not even the best defensive tackle on the board.
Adam Scarborough says Blank's making real hard about not hiring Bill right now.
I think he did hire Bill.
He'd have been a better drafter.
I'm not sure that he didn't ghost hire Bill, and Bill's making the draft picks right now.
No, it's not even
dog.
Bill. It's the dog.
It's
the dog's
the dog.
making the pick.
Oh, God, the dog's going to end up in a coat for Arthur's wife.
Yeah, good pull, Bob Brown. He says Atlanta draft is like listening to a 33 at 45 speed. It just makes absolutely no sense.
I'm gonna act like I know what that means.
Shut up! You ain't that old, or you ain't that young. You know what he's talking about.
I have no. Was he talking about speed limit?
No, record speed, vinyl speed.
At what point in my life would I know that? I'm 37 years old.
Yeah.
Throwback for me is CDs. I was 8 years old. Now that's what I call music on television. I ain't never seen a record in my life. I ain't ever been in a house with a record player.
Rick never had a record player.
He might have. I never saw it. He had a CD player. Had a big old stereo that sat in the living room. I think he might still have it.
That's shocking to me.
Dad was a car music
Makes
listener.
my head hurt. Yeah, you can't listen to records in the car. Yeah. Atlanta strikes again. This is a problem.
Red
This
Sea
is
asked
an
for
absolute problem.
Red Sea asked for the trade details. They gave their third-round pick to go get Rutro.
To move up 8 spots.
To get a player that there's almost no shot that he wouldn't have been on the board when you came up 8 spots from that.
Nobody would.
You know what? That's your second Gary Busey buttered sausage. What is it doing? Get off the plate that you've had in this draft.
God, Atlanta fans, I feel for you. I really do. Just at the moment where we're all like, yeah, the Atlanta Falcons, they might have something. And Terry Fontenot just poos right in it.
Is he the worst drafter in the NFL? Just based off the
He is now. He is now. You can't outlive something like this. Jason Moore, what was it, Fantasy Footballers? Is that who he works for?
Yeah.
He posted out on Twitter earlier today. It gave me a
really
great chuckle of, I've thought about it, sat down, I weighed it out, and I have decided that the Atlanta Falcons pick is officially the worst pick of all time. Like, there is no excuse for taking a quarterback when you just spent $1 billion on one.
When did Terry Fontenot get hired?
I don't know.
2021.
I think it was the day right before he was dropped on his head.
Terry Fontenot was hired in 2021. All right, so let's just – we've never really zoomed down on this because we've never had a reason to.
No.
So in his first draft, he went Kyle Pitts, who's been disappointing.
Yeah.
He's been disappointing.
But is that because of
He's
him or is
been
that because of
disappointing?
the
I don't
coaching?
care what.
Okay.
That's not really the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
Richie Grant, who couldn't play dead in a cowboy movie. Jalen Mayfield, that was an absolute abject disaster. Darren Hall, Drew Dahlman, Taquan Graham. I'm not going to try to say that. Avery Williams and Frank Darby. 2022, Drake London, like that one. Arnold Ebiketie, Troy Anderson, who was a super project. Desmond Ritter, D'Angelo Malone, Tyler Algier. I have a feeling you know what I'm about to do. Bijan Robinson, Matthew Bergeron, Zach Harrison, Clark Phillips, Marco Helms, Javon Gwynn. He's the worst drafter in the NFL, and I'm not sure how we didn't know that until now.
Because we didn't care. Because we really didn't care.
The poor Atlanta
Because you
Falcons.
hit the big ones.
What big ones did he hit?
Drake
Name me the
London.
hit. Drake London. Oh, okay. So let me get this straight. Your big hit, and I love Drake London. Your big hit's a guy that has 1,700 yards in 2 years.
Yeah.
That's a bad sign, buddy. That's a real bad sign.
Sure is.
A guy that averages 850 yards and 3 touchdowns a year, that's your home run.
That is your home run.
Woof. You are the Dick Trickle of NFL drafters. Good for you.
But you've been terrible. And you have, and with Kyle Pitts, with Drake London, with Bijan Robinson, you had hope. Then you bring in Kirk Cousins. Nobody really pays attention to the deep divey stuff. I do. I pay attention to the deep divey stuff. Now you will. Now everybody's paying attention. And that's the worst possible thing in the world for Terry.
Bob Brown asked who drafted for the Falcons in the listener mock. That would be Jonathan Welch. And frankly, I would hand him the reins of this team right now because they'd be in better hands than they are with Terry Fontenot.
Yep.
Darryl Greene is top 10 favorite players of all time that didn't play for my team. I will say that.
He was good.
He's on the short list of my favorite players that did not play for my team. All right, Javon Speed Sims said Algier's been an absolute stud. Okay, you're right. He has 2,000 yards here. He's a running back. Where does he fit among running backs in the NFL? Is he in the top 30? Because if he is, it's at 29. And that's your home run. I guess that's my point. Mm-hmm. You've made 20 picks, and I could argue 17 of them have been absolute nightmares.
Yes.
I mean, you got talent, and look, you had a bad coach. I give you that. You have the 2 worst picks in this draft since 9th class. 9th class, I had Rutro in the 3rd round, and you just traded up. You gave up a 3rd-round pick in a meaty-clacker-heavy draft to get a guy that would have been there anyway.
Yep. I'll
give you Drew Dahlman. I mean, okay, so I mean, Bijan's a good player. Drake London's a good player. Bijan Robinson didn't even hit 1,000 yards last year because his coach was terrible. Okay, that's the reason that I didn't say that to begin with.
Right.
I'm not disputing that the coach is terrible. I'm just saying outside of.
I can look at that. The Washington Commanders.
That's a solid one.
Yeah, it's a solid one. They've taken Johnny Newton with the 36th pick. That is an excellent addition.
I mean, and back to we'll hit Johnny Newton. I just want to finish up this. I mean, time will tell. I'll just tell you, this is 2 of the worst draft picks I've ever seen. We can agree to disagree on some of the hits, but Javon said he had 1,000 total yards. Do you know how many running backs had 1,000 total yards last year? It's about 50.
Yeah, that's a bunch.
You took him at 8. And he's a great player. I'm not disputing that. This is not good. But, for Atlanta's sake, I hope you're right. You walked away from a draft where you needed a weapon for your quarterback and you needed a corner and an edge rusher, and you walked away with a defensive tackle that doesn't hit quarterbacks nearly enough and a quarterback. Sweet. I don't know how that's going to help you this year, but
right.
Oh, that line for wow.
Flashing up the stars on the screen of the Washington Commanders defense now.
So now they have Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, and Jerzon Newton.
Mm-hmm. Bobby
That's
Allen.
your front 3 in a 3-4.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Bobby Wagner came over in free agency as well. And we're just going to get after you.
I forgot about that.
And they got Frankie Luba as well. They've added some good pieces to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Washington's on the rise here. Now you got Jaden Daniels, and I'll just tell you, I'm paying attention.
How much? I wonder what odds I could get on Washington making the playoffs next year. I mean, it's an overreaction. Don't get me wrong, but
right.
Every year we have a weird team make playoffs.
Well, it is the NFC.
That was going to be the other point.
And the Atlanta Falcons and the Atlanta Falcons are trying to eliminate themselves. Jalen Polk for Drake May.
There you go.
In New England.
Over A.D. Mitchell. And I thought I liked Jalen Polk.
Again, the whatever it is, character issues, medical.
I don't know what it is.
Must be something. Here's my thing though.
Jalen Polk's my number 37 player overall. I like this pick for New England a lot. I thought he was going to fall. I had been hearing overnight that there was a possibility that he fell. Solid. Very solid.
It is a very good pick.
Hold on, I gotta go find Rook. Rutro. There he is, 81. Glad you traded up 35 years. And then a better defensive tackle with the next pick.
I'm so glad you traded up to get that guy.
I don't know what you would have ever done if you had to take the better defensive tackle.
I believe we can safely say though, this will be the best wide receiver that Drake May's ever played with.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going too far out on a limb there.
I would agree with
He's
that.
better than Tez Walker. and pretty sure he's better than Josh Downs.
I would agree with that. I like John Bolt. Really strong at the point of the catch. I like a wide receiver that just goes and attacks the football, and that's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Javon, as a Falcons fan, I can totally understand being stressed out right now. And my friend, I feel for you. I mean, because look, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that's the reason that I'm a little. I get so angry about this. You got to remember, I lived through Mike McCagnon, John Idzik. There were more in my younger years, but I pushed them out of my head. Mike Tannenbaum. The Jets went 20 years and couldn't draft to save their lives, and it absolutely makes you feel so powerless because you come into this and just know you're going to do something stupid. And Tank and I were talking earlier about who the worst drafters in the NFL were, and I didn't have a good answer. Now I think I do.
Mm-hmm.
Now I think I do.
Yeah, the Atlanta Falcons.
Ugh.
Taking a look over at the...
and you should be the, no doubt, obvious favorite in that division. All you have to do is just not screw things up.
Mm-hmm.
I feel for you, man. I really do. You, Mark Bradley, all the good Falcon fans, man. I feel for you. I really do.
Taking a look at the Mullet's best available.
JPJ.
JPJ, 15th player on the top 100. Still available at this point. Cooper DeJean is number 20. And then a group here from 24 to 27. A.D. Mitchell, Tavondre Sweat, Braden Fiskey, Peyton Wilson.
A lot of good players left.
A lot of good players. JPJ surprises me greatly. He's one that I would have thought there was no way he'd get out of the first round.
I told you he had lost some of that momentum.
You did.
The only player that I'm really surprised is still on the board is Cooper DeJean. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't have him ranked in a way that JPJ's higher ranked to me. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to get drafted higher. Mm-hmm. You get position scarcity, you get position importance, value. But DeJean is certainly the one that I'm shocked he's still on board. Right.
And again, for those of you who haven't heard or whatever, the rumor on the Cooper DeJean thing is that he's not healing up from the injury, which is obviously never a good sign and is always going to hurt your draft stock if you're not going to be ready to play right away.
Even with that, I think we're officially to the point of you got to look at long-term value. I mean, unless you think it's something that he's not going to heal from, which a broken leg, I kind of struggle to believe. Mm-hmm. Well, he didn't blow out the knee. He broke his leg.
Well, and who knows? I mean, something could have gone wrong with the putting back together of the leg, or maybe the fact that it's not healing well could be a sign of something greater. You just never know with medical things. It could be a number of so many things. And because of certain, regulations and such, we do not get access to all of that information. And it's hard for the teams to make that call sometimes.
Eddie George.
No, that's Warren Moon.
I should have known by the jacket.
Uh-huh. He also doesn't really look like Eddie George.
Well, when you're blind, Tank,
you're telling me.
God almighty, that did look like Eddie George at first. Holy shit. I'm blind. That is bad.
Devondre Sweat.
I told you he wasn't going to fall. I told you he wasn't going to fall.
Oh, no.
Every person that told me he was going to fall in the 4th round, where you at? There are only so many players. There are only so many that are that big that can do what he can do. That is such a good pick. Rand Carthon, I'll give credit. You did the exact opposite of what Terry Fontenot did. He pooed in his pants yesterday and then decided to do it again. He decided to sit down in it. You picked yourself up, dusted yourself off, put on some clean chants, picked yourself up, and you drafted a football player. Let's go. Very solid.
So
very, very solid.
So now Devondre Sweat is in the middle of that 3-front line with Jeffrey Simmons. Good luck.
Let's go.
Take luck, offensive line.
That's my number 25 overall player. What a pick. God, I can't wait to cover him.
And he is so good. He is so good.
Oh, the Los Angeles Rams have made a trade. If this isn't for Cooper DeJean, they did it wrong.
I would agree with that. They absolutely need another piece in that secondary.
If this is not for Cooper DeJean, you did it wrong.
Now I'm watching it, and I think I missed it. Did they play the one highlight of Devondre Sweat where he's holding the entire Texas A&M deep offensive line? I love that film. That is one of my favorites. Like, the ball is snapped and his arms go out and he grabs 3 of them and just kind of, holds them all in one spot.
Let me see if I can find the trade compensation.
That guy is freakishly strong.
Let's see if I can find the trade comp. So the Panthers got to 52. If that's accurate, they get a 2025 second-round pick. Carolina traded back 13 spots and gets the second rounder next year. If what I'm reading right here is right, and that is that's Aaron Wilson. I would be shocked if that's not accurate. They get 52, 155, and a 2 next year.
Isaac Bruce.
That would be a whale of a pick. I can't imagine. I can't imagine a player I'm going to like more than DeJean here. So we go Braden Fiskey and Jared Verse. The Los Angeles Rams are trying to go full on 2023 Florida State defense.
Which was pretty good.
It
was good enough where you should have had a shot at a national title. Sorry to bring that back up, but Braden Fiskey to the Los Angeles Rams. I mean, you're doing the best you can to try to move on after Aaron Donald.
We have another trade.
That's
the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock.
That's one of the biggest blows that a team has had in a long time, finding out that a guy like Aaron Donald is not going to be around anymore. So you knew that they were going to have to make a move to replace him, but you can't really replace him. But it's going to work pretty well when you have Kobe Turner and Braden Fiskey and Jared Verse.
That's a talent. That defense is getting. You add that to the 2 vets they added to the secondary.
Yep,
that's a solid start.
Got Ernest Jones coming in behind them. There's a lot of talent there. A lot of young talent, too.
That was number 26 player on my board.
So the Philadelphia Eagles are moving up to 40. This is another one that this could be the corner.
This feels like Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yep. Yep.
Because that's what they do.
It does, doesn't it?
That's what they do.
I was thinking Cooper DeJean, but you're right.
Well, they already drafted Quinion Mitchell in the first round.
That's right.
Oh.
And we don't have anybody on the depth chart behind Cam Jurgens. So you would think JPJ.
You move Jurgens back into keep him at guard. JPJ plays center.
Damn right. It makes too much sense. Here's the thing. I trust your front office to do the right thing to put the players on the field. You still have a bum for a coach. And that's going to be a problem. Always. Always and forever.
I feel like this is JPJ.
Mm-hmm.
But I would also be remiss if I didn't point out.
Yep.
Philadelphia could use a safety. And if they view Cooper DeJean as a safety, you'd be getting some tremendous value right here. I would be remiss if I didn't point that out.
Okay. Let's see, where are we here? Seven picks through the or into the second round. How many Pepsi Colas you got over there? But you know, that's just a few. I know I wasn't going to be able to get back up for a while. So. These are just empty. That Southern's from earlier today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Colin had a super chat.
Oh, did he?
No, that I should say I forgot about it. I didn't see it.
Didn't see it. He says, anybody want to go up to Tennessee with him?
Cousin Colin, was really wanting Tavondre Sweat to be a member of his Nolans thing. And I get it. I low-key wanted him to be a member of the New York Jets, and I'm not sure that was going to happen.
Oh. Yeah, we're just as kind of dumbfounded as you guys about the Cooper DeJean stuff, or maybe not dumbfounded, but in the dark, just as much.
I'm still dumbfounded. The Rams gave up a 25 second round pick.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. I mean, I love Brady.
It's worth it. And that's the thing. I'm gonna load up hot. I am a franchise that has said falafel them picks before.
No doubt.
Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh.
They just announced that the bathrooms are out of order, and we got to go down to the second floor if we got to take a piss. Awesome.
Ooh, why would that happen?
I have no idea.
Is it possible that we have a septic problem?
There's an abluter in here. Somebody has ruined the commode. I got a feeling it's that dude over there with 3 teeth. Not the same guy with 3 teeth that's from Indianapolis, though. Elena Bluter. The Philadelphia Eagles are making their selection now. Brandon Graham, Super Bowl hero Brandon Graham, up there making the pick. This will be his final year, isn't it? Isn't this the final year for Brandon
I
Graham?
would say so, probably. Yeah.
Oh, here he goes. Yeah.
God, he's been in the league 15 years. Good God, I'm old. Adam Scarborough said, "Now that's a jacket."
That is a jacket. All right, Cooper DeJean goes to the Philadelphia Eagles with the number 40 pick. Value drafting. Howie Roseman is a friggin' genius.
Cooper DeJean to the Philadelphia Eagles.
And you can't hate this at all.
It's
Because
certainly
chances
hard
are
to hate.
chances are he is the safety of the future for them. I would think.
That's where I would say this probably goes. I mean, I kind of struggle to believe that they took two corners to start. I mean, NFL Network compared him to Minka Fitzpatrick. I think that's a little over the top, but that's a very solid. I mean, he can play out the slot. He can do all kinds of things. A lot, certainly, to like there for a lot to like for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep, and we've talked before about his ability with the ball in his hands as a punt returner, one of the best in the country.
Oh, yeah.
Although if I'm planning to have him as my safety of the future and he's already got medical issues, I'm not sure I want him out there returning kicks in the new format. But that'll be something, obviously, for the special teams coordinator to sort out with Vic Fangio. Because he could be real good.
Could be.
As that safety that
Sure
comes up and run support.
Sure could be. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm shocked he's still here. That's such a Philadelphia move to trade up and get him.
Yes, it is. The New Orleans Saints.
That's what good teams do. Just go get dudes.
Yep.
Stop worrying about these fifth-round picks. Go get a dude.
New Orleans has entered their pick. They've called it in. So after they went in the first round with Fuaga, right? Wasn't it Fuaga in the first round?
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Talisi Fuaga in the first round. And now, is this Werner coming out to make the pick? Taysom Hill.
Oh, joy.
Speaking of Mormons. Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Oh.
Going to the New Orleans Saints.
Okay.
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like it.
Okay, why do you not?
Because I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan. I don't like it.
I don't have any problem with that.
No,
see, that's
no,
where,
I think
that to me is
a
where
good fit for
Kool-Aid
them.
belonged. This is where Kool-Aid should go. I mean, because I'm going to be real honest with you. I had him I had him at 57, so it's a little bit high.
Mm-hmm.
But with DeJean off the board, there's only a couple corners that fall into this range. I'm fine with that. And I actually like the fit in that defense a lot. Him and Marshawn Lattimore, ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy.
Well, I mean, he immediately he gets slotted into the 2 spot, right? You got Paulson and Davis the 3. Alontae Taylor's still back there.
Mm-hmm.
Is there still faith in him? Are there still people? Are there?
Oh, yeah.
Remember when we had Alontae Taylor truthers a long time ago? I don't feel like I've heard that beating of the table for Alontae Taylor in a long time. But he is still there. So obviously, you hope that he becomes a good starter.
Yeah, by the way, the reason you haven't heard that on Alontae Taylor is because he was one of the worst corners in the league last year.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Houston has turned their pick in quite quickly.
Well, now there's less time on the clock, right?
7 minutes.
So you're gonna
That new
that
Houston logo is fire.
What?
The H.
Oh, the H with the star. I hadn't
Fire.
seen that
It's
really.
all good. Just all of the new uniforms.
I mean, it's interesting.
It's good.
Yeah, the H is interesting. I don't know if it's fire, but I did not like the Texans logo in those colors. One of the dudes was wearing a shirt that had the logo in the new colors of the H. I did not like that. Kamari Lassiter, cornerback from Georgia.
We're in a corner run.
Well, you've had Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and now Kamari Lassiter.
That Houston defense is going to be terrifying.
They're just accumulating talent.
That defense
Left
is
and
going
right.
to be insane. Because now you add a corner that can come up and just absolutely punch you in the face. I don't like his deep speed. That's a good example to me of a player that I think you're overdrafting, but I'm okay with the fit because of the defense.
Derek Stingley Jr., Jeff Okudah, Desmond King, Miles Bryant, C.J. Henderson, Troy Pride Jr. There's a
guy.
There's a name.
That's a feller that would have probably been on a Jeremy Greene team if he was drafting for them.
Yep. That's your corner room though in Houston, and now a little upgrade with Kamari Lassiter. The Arizona Cardinals pick is in.
Andreas Pinckney is very upset about Kool-Aid.
Well, what's the problem?
Yeah,
talk it out with us. Let us
bigger
know.
needs. You know who we wanted. Andreas is a show G. We know who we wanted. We have a large one. They get.
Stephen Westbrook says, can the Houston Texans make it to the AFC Championship game?
I'll go a step further. I think they make the Super Bowl.
They could.
I have a sizable wager on them to win the Super Bowl.
Find me the hole on that team. And are they well coached?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do they have breakaway, game-breaking talent at every level of the team? Every level.
That team is so good.
C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz. That's just the skill position. The offensive line, solid. Laramie Tunsil, Juice Scruggs was a good pick last year, or 2 years ago, whenever that was. Shaq Mason.
The team's just really, really good.
Titus Howard, I'm not real wild about.
If they were in the NFC, I'd say they'd win favorite. They'd win it. Them and the Lions are on a collision course for each other.
Yeah. And then you look at the defense and what they have built up here over the last year, and now adding Daniil Hunter and Folo Fatukasi and just some other pieces of Aziz Al-Shahir this year. They've filled every hole that they had, and now they're just accumulating talent. Kind of like, I don't know, the Philadelphia Eagles do. The big difference being between the two of them, though, the coaching staff.
Red Seas Arizona Cardinals on board.
The compensation for Washington's 40th pick. Glenn F. missed it. Do you remember what that was off the top of your head?
I can find it. I've got the trade things. Okay, so Philadelphia got 40, 78, 152. Washington got 50, 53, and 161. That's pretty solid. Yeah. Move up 25 spots and kind of flip fifth rounders. The Saints traded up to 41. They gave up 68. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. They gave up 45, 68, and 190 to get to 41.
Ooh, man, that is a lot. Ooh. Everybody had to play the game.
Yeah, the difference in compensation there is roughly 40 points. New Orleans gave up way more than 40 points. Or, yeah.
Like 96.
Huh.
The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals, waiting on the commissioner to come to the podium. Excuse me, not the commissioner. That's definitely not Roger Goodell that's coming to the podium.
Nope. Not cousin Colin Greene said, imagine being me. That's Leonard Davis, baby.
That's a BDD.
That's a BDD. That's a big damn dude. All right, 43rd pick here for the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona off to a solid start with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. Max Melton.
Another corner.
It's a really good slot corner. Really good slot corner for the Arizona Cardinals. That's their first corner. But we're on a run of them, which is probably what you were saying.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. That's the fourth corner in a row that's coming off the board here.
Max Melton has some really good tape. There are people that absolutely loved him in this process. By the way, have you ever noticed that every camera, as soon as the pick comes in, every team looks like they just won the Super Bowl? I just one time would like to see that room look like they're at a funeral. Like, what did we just do?
Never going to happen.
Just show that one time.
No, you know what I want to see? I want to see two dudes getting in a fist fight in the background. Like, you see the GM on the phone, and then you've got, like, the offensive line or the East Coast and the West Coast scouts in the back. They're just, like, beating the shit out of each other because they're fighting over who to
just
take.
Comes over the table with, like, a Ryu Hayukin punch to knock the phone out of his hand.
And then some Jeremy Greene dude comes out of left field and RKOs both of them.
C.H. Mike said, hey, Jeremy, had a mock draft competition with four of my friends. Went through 15 picks, used your picks from yesterday, and Pelaga to New Orleans sealed the deal for me. Thanks, and go Bears.
Nice.
Always happy to hear that.
Good job.
For those that asked, oh, boy.
I know.
Tom Telesco's out here doing stuff.
Yeah, he is.
Tom Telesco's out here doing stuff.
And they
making
me say good things.
A good pick.
Making me say good things. The Las Vegas Raiders at number 44, Jackson Powers Johnson, the center out of Oregon.
Hey, you want to hear a fun stat?
What's that?
There are two teams in the NFL that got two of Jeremy's top 15 players.
Yep.
One of them is the Chicago Bears.
Yep.
They had 1 and 9.
Yep.
The other, the Las Vegas Raiders, who got my third and 15th players with the 13th and 44th selection.
Yes, they did not have two picks.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you the next 3 picks for the Raiders could be Larry Moe and Curley, and I'm still giving them an A.
The Raiders with Brock Bowers yesterday, and now adding to the offensive line another long-time need for the Raiders. You have the centerpiece to sew up an offensive line or to build an offensive line around. And, yeah.
Kelvin Joyner said, that worked. Yep.
It does work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You should feel quite good about
That's
that.
amazing.
Make sure we've hit all the... Make sure we've hit all the... Oh, there we go.
Well, we got some Panther fans in the background on the NFL Network.
Got another
Tickets coming in for... Bo Walker asks, do you think that Dylan McMahon will get drafted? He roomed with his nephew at State.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, McMahon was my number 7 center. I think he goes... He could go as high as the late 5th. I don't see him getting... I don't see a way he goes undrafted.
Brian Bulaga up to make the pick for the
God,
Green Bay
there's a
Packers.
name I hadn't heard in a minute. But yes, Bo, I definitely think Dylan McMahon will get drafted, and when he gets drafted tomorrow, our draft celebration at the Village Porch, I will take a ceremonial shot for him. DNA 2 podcast just had an actual infarction. Can we get a wellness check?
DNA 2 podcast, please check in with the chat. We need to make sure that your heart is still beating. DNA 2 podcast, please check in with the chat.
As they take with the 45th pick, Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker out of Texas A&M.
Oh, we have verified that we have proof of life. DNA 2 podcast is just fine.
6 to midnight, boys.
Yes, he is currently lifting the table, and his hands are firmly on top of it. So,
as he should. I mean, you just have to watch just a little bit of tape to see the ability of this guy.
No doubt.
To be able to track the ball, his pursuit is crazy. He's super athletic.
Oh yeah,
love it. Love it.
That's about as good a pick as you could ever want. That's
Green
about
Bay
as good a
Packers.
pick as you want. Oh,
we have a trade with the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, the Panthers up to 46.
Anybody want to make a bet with me about who this is? Because I have an idea.
They just moved up, what, from 49? Is that where they were?
I'll bet you he played at NC State, and he's a linebacker named Peyton Wilson.
That could be a good
If
pick.
I were a betting man.
Okay.
DNA 2 podcast spoke that one into existence. He put that into the air, and the air repaid him.
Yes.
With pure, unadulterated
did.
happiness.
A+ for the Packers. No doubt about it, Alex Majabi. We agree.
The Panthers have traded the 52nd pick to the Colts, along with 142 and 155.
All right, moving on up. Who will the Carolina Panthers select? Muhsin Muhammad in the house.
Moose.
Second greatest wide receiver of Carolina Panthers history.
I would think this would be Peyton Wilson. Edgerrin Cooper is the one that sparked it.
They went, okay, now we gotta add. We need our Frankie Louvu replacement.
That would be where I would be at.
Although I think Josie Jewell was the Frankie Louvu replacement.
Yeah.
Although I am going to need a replacement for Shaq here real soon.
Yes.
Because he's 30.
Jonathan Brooks.
Ooh.
Running back out of Texas.
Let's go.
Let's go.
No more Chuba Hubbard. Come on.
All right.
That is good stuff for the Carolina Panthers.
It's always good to have a running back that can do more than run between 3 guards. Let's go.
Old Jonathan Brooks.
I'm not upset about
recovering from the ACL, but you look at the tape, it's hard to deny the ability.
I'm not mad about that in the least. I'm not mad. I think that's phenomenal. Now you have Miles Sanders, Jonathan Brooks, and Chuba Hubbard. Chuba's the 3, which is what he deserves to be. That's a solid selection there for the Carolina Panthers. And Dallas is angry. As Danny Fensman said, you are correct.
Well, they'll have to settle for Trey Benson if that's what they want to do.
Or Ezekiel Elliott.
Well,
that'll be fun.
That was going to happen anyway.
Yes.
They were going to bring him in regardless of who they draft. They will draft one,
regardless.
No doubt. Man, oh man!
I did not think we would get a running back in the second round. But
I will say this: Dan Morgan and Dave Canales have put their heads together, and it's not going to be better immediately. But you add Jonathan Brooks in, we get the better tutelage, obviously, the better leadership for Bryce Young. Deontay Johnson is now the 1 wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
You just got Xavier Liggett in the first round.
You've got to stop calling him that. His name is not Xavier Liggett. If it is, he mispronounces his own name. I don't care what it says in the pronunciation guide. His name is Xavier Liggett.
Okay. And then now I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about?
It's good. I meant to say that the last 11 times you said that. And by the way, next year, do not ask me to send the pronunciation guide to you because I'm not going to.
Because I'm not going to do it. Because you say their names correctly.
His name's, then he says his own name wrong. He stood directly in front of me, and I never heard him go Liggett. And the way he talks, I'll go ahead and tell you, I don't think that's the way it would come out of his mouth in the first place. Because Xavier Liggett talks very similar to me.
Maybe so. I've never heard him say his own name.
I can tell you, he's
by the NFL
cornbread,
guide,
and I liked him a lot.
So anyway, you look at the defensive side of the ball and what they've added to that. Things are happening for Carolina.
I think Dan Morgan's doing a good job.
I agree.
I really do.
I agree. You had to make the tough call on Brian Burns. But
it was the right call.
It was the right call to make. Jadeveon Clowney is just a stopgap. They just picked up the 5th-year option on Horn, which we knew was going to happen anyway.
Just hoping to stay healthy.
Derek Brown just got a bag.
I think good things are happening between Dave Canales and Dan
Morgan. Some nice spots, and they'll continue to do so. And here you go. It's just another example. They've filled a hole at running back.
We have one of these, and then we have a question from Mark Gordon.
Okay.
Soaring Eagle said, who are you afraid of taking Brooks before 65 Dallas Cowboys? And they were on high alert to make the trade. I understand why Carolina traded up. I mean, you had to really want him, and I understand why you want him. Mm-hmm. But Dallas was a huge risk to make that deal. Dallas was on the clock with Jonathan Brooks by the time we hit 40.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst-kept secret in the world. Mark Gordon asked, the last time the Eagles drafted a cornerback in the first, they followed it up by drafting Sheldon Brown and then Lewis at safety. Do you think the Eagles have secured their secondary for the next 5 years? I do. I think Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell that's about as good as it gets in one draft. I mean, it's hard to do better than that.
Yep.
Because, I mean, that's if outside of Terry and Arnold, that's 2 of my top 3 secondary players in this class.
Coming up next, the New York Giants have a pick. They've called it in to the commissioner. We'll hear the announcement of that coming up shortly.
Yep, we're on a commercial, so I'm going to quickly run to the potty.
Yeah, you better run, or you're going to miss it. The Giants so far in the draft. Where did my page go? Come on. Sorry. Anyhow, Malik Neighbors was the pick. I'm waiting on the computer. It still hasn't updated yet. Malik Neighbors was the pick of the first round for the New York Football Giants. Tiki Barber coming out to make the selection. The lesser talented of the Barber twins. Tyler Nubin, safety from Minnesota, goes to the New York Giants. A defensive secondary piece for a team that currently is reliant on Jalen Mills and Dane Belton. That was a deep pull from 2 or 3 drafts ago. That was 2 drafts ago. 4th round pick. We got all of these names rolling around in my head from all of these drafts. It confuses the hell out of me. It amazes me how Jeremy can keep them straight from year to year to year. That was a good selection. Jeremy will be here in a second to give you his full breakdown of Tyler Nubin and his fit with the New York Giants. Even with the addition of Brian Burns in the offseason, is about the only good headline that you got for a minute. So Malik Neighbors is finally some good news for New York. After losing Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, that whole thing's a disaster. Nothing's going right for the New York Giants. Definitely needing something to turn around. You went out and picked up Darren Waller. That's been a disaster. Evan Neal's been a disaster as a draft pick. Well, maybe not a disaster, but it's not been great. 1 year removed from being the NFC Coach of the Year. And Brian Daboll sitting here staring the abyss in the face and something can't happen. And here's the Jacksonville Jaguars taking one of my favorite players in the draft as a formerly Fatman, still currently Fatman, just not as Fatman. I do love the big dudes, and Mason Smith is a BDD. He is a big damn dude. Defensive tackle out of LSU, and I just love watching him just push dudes. He gets that initial push and just he gets a guy on his heels and he will not stop until you're either sitting in the quarterback's lap or I have dispatched of you. The Cincinnati Bengals now coming up at number 49. Bill Booty Cheeks pointing out the Philadelphia Eagles secondary now. Yeah, that's a pretty star-studded group that you've got. Quentin Mitchell, Darius Slay, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Cooper DeJean, James Bradbury. Yeah, they can come on for or come at all angles there. Cincinnati Bengals really need a punter here, says the Baltimore Ravens fan, Stephen Town. I'm still waiting for the Cincinnati Bengals to make a selection. Let me see. I lost my YouTube page here. Rap Sheet says Jonathan Brooks should be fully recovered by training camp. I had not heard that there was any concern that he wouldn't be ready for training camp. Good to know that he is. I'm just not real. I'm not real sure that there was the we're so concerned with the injury. I think it's just the devaluing of the running back position in general that has pushed everything down. And yes, it doesn't help when a guy's got an injury concern, but those aren't the same. Like we talk about this all the time. The knee injuries are just not the same as they used to be. You can tear up a knee and have it replaced 2, 3 times sometimes. It's not common, but it does happen. All right, so the Cincinnati Bengals have missed who the damn pick there was. Hang on just a second. Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle out of Michigan. His dad, obviously, was a defensive tackle for the Carolina Panthers many years ago. Troy Vincent coming out to make the selection for the Washington Commanders. 50th overall pick. Number 18 in the second round. And Mike Sainristil, the corner out of Michigan, goes to Washington. An immediate need. I feel like this has been a problem for Washington for quite a while. They took Emmanuel Forbes, and while he had his moments, there were also a lot of moments this past season where he was kind of getting toyed with, especially early on in the year. And then I think he started out pretty well. And then I want to say toward the end, it just didn't go great. And then I kind of stopped watching. So if you picked it up in the last few weeks of the season, Washington Commander fans, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But I'll call it, at least it was an up and down year for Emmanuel Forbes, who's got plenty of talent, plenty of time to grow. But you definitely need to add talent to the secondary. Jeremy Chin coming in makes a big difference. I've never been a real big fan of Benjamin St. Juste. He's fine. Maybe Sainristil is going to be the long-term piece that they need to kind of sew things together there with Emmanuel Forbes. Maybe they do become the 1-2 for a long time. This Washington Commanders roster does not look bad at all. I would love to see them add another receiver. Again, I'm not real happy if Jamison Crowder is my 3. And I still feel like you need a tackle, because I've never thought Andrew Wiley was great. Huh. Sorry, I heard some cheering going on down the road. I was trying to figure out what was going on. Did we get a big breaking news scoop or something? No, they're watching the NBA playoffs. To be honest with you, having a hard time Having a hard time caring about that. Well, Jeremy and I were talking the other day of if you're going to watch NBA basketball at all, playoff basketball anyway, why would you start watching before Game 3 of any series? No real reason to do so. Back satisfied Browns fan says he hates that pick for Cincinnati. And I would have to ask, why? Did Jeremy get lost? Oh, yeah, that's right. He's going to go all the way down to the second floor to go to the damn bathroom. Just doesn't like Jenkins, thinks he's a bum. All right. I'll tell you right now, Flostradamus is not going to agree with you on that one. Hate Cincinnati, love Chris Jenkins, just hate the pick. That's fair. That's fair. How's the second floor?
Somehow, you can get very lost in this building, even when you've been here for 3 days.
There are like 6 banks of elevators, and every one.
Well, I just wound up in the middle
hallway
of a serious XM production because the bathroom on the second floor is right above their studio.
Yeah.
So I guess they'd gone to commercial break. 2 of them were taking a spring to tinkle beside me.
Uh-huh.
I don't know who they were. I'll take a minute when I look at the roster and go,
It was those good. It was those guys. Very nice. So we've had a lot happen since you've been gone.
Hey, my wife chimed in.
Did she? I did not see that. She just joined us then.
Just wanted to tell us both how incredibly proud of us she is.
Thank you.
Biggest draft's a dream. Happy to witness it. Congrats, guys.
Thank you, Amy.
Oh, I miss you, and I am ready to be back home and darkness retreat with that supportive woman.
Yes, absolutely, and I will echo that, and I will say, Amy, I am missing you having him. So we're going to get him home.
We're going to get him home to you and away from me.
All right, so right after you left, Jeremy, the New York Football Giants took Tyler Nubin.
That's a good pick.
The safety out of Minnesota.
That's a good pick.
Then the Jacksonville Jaguars went BDD with Mason Smith. I have been trying to keep up with your list there for you. Mason Smith,
okay,
the tackle from LSU.
Okay.
And then Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle out of Michigan, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. The 50th pick was Mike Sainristil, cornerback out of Michigan, going to the Washington Commanders.
That's a good pick.
And now
a lot of people really like it.
The Pittsburgh Steelers go interior offensive lineman with Zach Frazier.
He's got a mean streak, a country mile wide. Look, I don't know how
wrestling film here.
He was a great wrestler.
Nice. That was a good move.
I don't. He's very Pittsburgh Steeler. I actually really like that pick. That's going to be a mean line in Pittsburgh. Because you think about Broderick Jones as he develops. Dan Moore. Now Zach Frazier. They took Troy Fautano last night. I like what Pittsburgh's doing.
It's very Steelery. Now, we've had a couple in the YouTube comments here. Back satisfied Browns fan hates the Chris Jenkins pick because he likes Chris Jenkins and he hates the team. So he hated it. And then somebody else.
The Bengals, that's I could totally understand that.
Yes, and then but there was another one. Who was it? Roger Brinson said, Bengals fan here. He doesn't like Jenkins, thinks he's a bum.
I don't understand that. I mean, look, he's a talented player. He's a talented player. I'm not 100% sure I love the fit with that Bengals defense.
Okay.
But I get it. They're getting younger. I think Roger Brinson will be pleasantly surprised with Chris Jenkins because that's really good value at, what was it, 50, 49?
Yep. That was at 50.
Ron Rogers says he was underwhelmed when we rehired Raheem Morris. His first draft is not helping. I'll go out on a limb and say I don't think that's so much Raheem Morris as it is Terry Fontenot.
Yeah.
And you're probably not going to have to worry about him for long because this has been so bad that
there's massive blowback.
No doubt.
There is a lot of blowback from Falcons fans.
Now, Brinson, I will agree with you on the fit with Chris Jenkins. I think that's a little weird. It's a little clunky. Yeah, I would have liked Braden Fiskey better. I would have liked Tavondre Sweat better. And that's two dudes that are wildly different.
Yeah, Chiefs Nation UK says nobody's made a bad pick except for Atlanta and the Chargers. It does kind of feel that way because every name that gets called, I go, that's not bad. Because we're in this, as you call it, the meaty clackers area of the draft where we've got so much talent that fits this value.
I do enjoy the, hey, we have former players and things, current players announce picks. Could we confine their diatribes to a minute and a half? Like, could we narrow those down to, all right, bro, you got 45 seconds. There it is.
A.D. Mitchell to the Colts.
It's about time.
And I like
that
pick
between
too.
him and Latu.
I'm just thinking of that offense now.
It's kind of hard not to like Indianapolis right here.
I mean, with him and Josh Downs
and
Michael Pittman.
And
you never know who's coming.
Taylor.
Yeah, but you never know who's coming across. You never know who's going deep. You can run so many different schemes with those receivers, and now you just got to hope that Anthony Richardson can at least statistically be close to what he was at Florida with his deep shot.
Common Sense ain't Common is very happy about his Indianapolis Colts.
God, that could be dangerous. If you have a half-ass quarterback. I mean, hell, we saw what you had with Gardner Minshew. That wasn't too damn bad.
A.D. Mitchell. He's my 24 overall. We have one player left in my top 30. It's Peyton Wilson. That's great. Very solid pick. Look, there are not many teams that I think that's why it's so. I think that's why it's so easy to fixate on Atlanta because there are so few teams that you don't like what they're doing. I mean, of the teams that have had multiple picks, there's just very few that you can look at and go,
Yeah, but you're gonna have. I mean, in a draft class that is as talented as this one is, especially at the top, forgetting the late day stuff, it becomes so apparent the ones that screw it up.
And Sloan Jordan is pissed. Because he said it was time for Joe D to trade up and get A.D. Mitchell. And as soon as he said that, he came off work.
Didn't happen.
That was, I'm not going to lie, my friend, that's why I'm super superstitious, and that is why I had not said his name in a while. Because I was getting to the point of, this is not a drill. This is not a drill.
Washington Commanders, the pick is in. They've already made 3 picks in the draft, 2 in the second round. Jerzon Newton, Mike Sainrisville, of course, Jaden Daniels at number 2 overall last night, changing the face of that offense. I think I'm shutting off the offense. I mean, unless there's a tackle here. Is there a right tackle that's available right now?
A right tackle? Yeah.
Because I think, other than that, I'm going complete defense.
I want to get a weapon for Jaden Daniels. I mean, that's my personal thought.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look at my top. I mean, Troy Franklin
Troy Franklin. Okay. That could be.
I mean, am I out of my mind here?
No. I mean, look, I have said I want to. There should be
Malachi
a third.
Corley.
There should be a third option for him, for Jaden Daniels. Yeah, Troy Franklin's still on the board. That does make me like that a lot. That's what I would be doing. I'd be doing Troy Franklin.
I mean, selfishly, I want the receivers to keep falling.
I'm sure you do.
Because my team is still 20 picks away. And we need one of those. Jackass said they need a tight end desperately. You're right, but there's not one. There's not a tight end that could be picked here that I'm going to feel great about.
Not time for Sanders.
I said great.
Yeah.
I would feel okay with Jatavian Sanders because I think he's such a good receiver.
Okay. I was going to say, because I think we've talked about this before, and you've said second round.
Back
Washington.
into the second, beginning of the third, I've had Jatavian Sanders to them for a long time. Notorious B.I.G. says you can't spell idiot without the Dennis Allen in it. Timothy O'Toole and Alex S. both clamoring for Patrick Paul for their respective New England Patriots and Carolina Panthers.
Mm-hmm. Mark Bradley says, "Hey,"
and Washington Commanders. I think that's who Alex S. was talking about.
Mark Bradley says, "Cheer up, Jeremy, because the Jets could end up with Brandon Rice."
Don't you wish that evil on me, Ricky Bobby? There's three receivers that they were talking about. One I love, one I like, one I don't like. Brandon Rice is the one I don't like.
Yep. Roman Wilson still available.
See, right there. That's what you got.
That's not close.
That ain't close.
No, that's not close to last night.
Last night, that was poured out down every one of those side streets.
Yes, you're right.
Hey, Darryl Green's making a second pick.
Mm-hmm.
Washington's had so many picks in this second round that they're having to reuse Darryl Greene. Oh, I just heard somebody say tight end.
Ben Sinnott. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. That was it. Falafel.
I don't really know what it is. What is it about him that people like so much? Because I can't figure it out. I mean, that's a jag. Ben Sinnott is the definition of a jag. I'm not saying he's a bum. I'm not saying he should be working at the Home Depot.
I mean, that's pretty good speed.
4.7?
No, I'm just watching him. Watching the highlights here.
I mean, he plays in the Big 12, where optional if you can put 11 players on the field defensively. Oh, but look, he's really good in hockey. Awesome. That should tell you everything you need to know about Ben Sinnott. When we couldn't fill out your highlight reel and we had to pull up tapes of you playing hockey, of which I will say that is 2 D-cleater hits.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that one particularly.
I don't know. That seems maddeningly inconsistent on your part because you didn't say the same thing when they were showing the wrestling tape from what's his face?
Because wrestling actually has a role in playing offensive line. What role does playing hockey have in playing tight end? Hey, look, he hit him real hard with a stick. We're going to give him a stick? You think they're going to here? You play football with a stick.
Yep.
I'm not a fan of Ben Simmons. I never have been.
No.
Never will be.
No.
Hey, maybe he'll become a great usable piece for the Washington Commanders. I would say he probably doesn't. But
Better give him a little hope.
oh, the Cleveland Browns with their first pick.
Cruella DeVille came out with him. Arthur, get your wife.
100%. 100% get your wife. She has that woman right there has a jacket made of puppies. I feel very sure of it.
Mm-hmm. That's not a good look.
No, you should not do that. Mm-hmm. I don't know who did that to your hair, but they should not have done that to your hair.
I don't know how you get to that point, though.
I mean,
do you tell a hairdresser to do that to you, or is that more of just a... I woke up this morning and I was thinking about looking like a frosted donut. How about that? Do you?
Hey, she looks like that Maybach that we saw on the way. There's a car in the parking lot of our lovely condo here in Detroit.
That Maybach.
Be very careful of where you rent here in Detroit.
Oh, that's funny.
Michael Hall Jr., which if I'm not mistaken, I think I picked to Cleveland earlier today.
I believe
we
you
did our
did.
second, third round mock.
Believe you did.
I like Michael Hall.
He's very good.
Allegedly has some character issues, but I mean that's a top 40 pick.
Yeah,
a top 40 player for me that you get here.
But he is so agile on his feet.
He is.
His ability to just, I don't know, he's got this speed and mobility that's just kind of unmatched by anybody else in this draft class. Oh, did you have him in your top 100? Sure did. Had him in there.
Stephen Tao said mullet and the bald man, judging hair. Dude, she should want my hair. Like right now, if we straight up offered each other a hair trade, I'm the one saying no.
She makes me glad I don't have hair. Her hair makes my head hurt. Mad respect, Coach. Doing a good job.
They didn't. Your best friend there, Mike McDaniel, didn't let you in their war room.
He gave me a call.
I mean, I feel like that's a slight.
Yeah.
After y'all became best friends
No.
at the Senior Bowl.
No.
I don't think you could pull off that jacket.
I was thinking about it.
I could pull off that jacket
With
the matching pants.
I'd like to get a, yeah. Oh, no, not the pants.
No doubt, I could pull off
the
matching
pants.
pants.
Not the pants that he wears.
Now that's a look that you could pull off.
Yeah, let's go.
The wrestler with 72 Dolphins. 72.
El Ficio.
Oh, if Tank was, I feel like this is the. If Tank was a luchador, what would his name be?
El Gordo.
That's lame.
El Gordo Blanco?
No.
Why not? I like the white fat. Or fat white. Either one.
That's my first full on question for the chat.
Yeah.
If Tank was a luchador, what would his name be?
You know all of those offensive linemen that lose weight and look slimmer after they retire?
Richmond Webb's not one of them.
He ain't one of them. Nope. Richmond Webb has earned that body. And he's going to ride it.
That's a pick.
Ooh.
That's a pick by the Miami Dolphins.
Patrick Paul, tackle out of Houston, 6'7", 331 pounds.
He's a big dadgum dude.
Uh-huh.
He's just super raw. You're going to have to give him some time. I really don't want to see him play the first year. And I don't hate the fit with Miami. I think I had him with Miami in the mock today.
Could have been.
The thing that would scare me with Miami is that I'm afraid he ends up on the left side in year one when Teron Armstead goes down.
Yeah.
Because he needs some time, for sure. But that's a really solid pick. That's two good picks for Miami. Two good picks for Miami.
Sloan Jordan, that's a good one. If Tank had a luchador, if Tank was a luchador, what would his name be? El Burro Blanco. I like that one. That would be the white jackass. El Tonko Dingo, which maybe El Tonko Gringo. I like that better. El Roadkill Jr. El Gordo Barato. I'm not sure what that means. That's going to have to be. I'm going to have to look that one up. I'm pretty sure that's a curse word.
I feel like that is certainly that feels like
It means cheap. It actually translated to affordable, but would be the cheap fat man, basically, is what he was going for there. I give you points for that. Good job.
that is solid.
El Borracho Barato.
That's so far the leader in the clubhouse. In the clubhouse. L 50 feet away from L Elementary School. That's jackass. That one is also. Tay said El Glizzy Goblino. That's all. This is why I asked this question. I saw that and I went, I feel like we could use a little minute or two break from the minutia of taking draft picks.
El Gordo the Rojo Toro.
El Glizzy Goblino. That is just
Not bad.
Chesky.
Not bad.
Good job, Tay.
Yeah.
Timothy O'Toole. Oh, no, that's the wrong button.
Timothy O'Toole with his first super chat. Congratulations. Celebrate. Repaying some of the winnings from the draft pool.
And we appreciate that, Mr. O'Toole. This would have been a good year to have so far. I mean, we're through 55 picks. This has been a good year to have listened to me. I mean, I finished 29th in the media poll. I don't want to jinx anything, so we're not going to talk about the top 100. You know, we're not there yet. When we get,
well.
Well, I mean, we're through 55 picks. I shouldn't have missed more than a guy or two.
Has there been one?
Do you ask somebody about an NH in the middle of an NH tank?
Good point. Good point.
If the Dallas Cowboys take somebody off the board right here, I reserve the right to just absolutely blister the Glizzy Goblino in the face. I reserve the right to butter your biscuit.
Well, you know, he hasn't missed a free throw in 722 attempts, Bob. Let's see what happens. Oh,
air ball.
Well,
air ball.
That was unlucky for us.
Air ball.
But that's the way that goes.
Tank Valdez. That's pretty good. Bo Walker. Tank Valdez. Baldies. Oh, Baldies. It's better than Baldies instead of Valdez. Oh, it is so funny the difference in this room from night to night. Last night it was behold an elbow.
It's been a little thin today.
That it has.
Pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys at 56 overall.
Cowboys select DJ Burns. That's from Alex S.
That'd be one off your top 100.
Oh,
he was definitely not in the top 100.
Who?
DJ Burns.
Yes, he was not in my top 100. Fortunately, I have already seen the picks of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not in the spoilers, but I can tell you the next pick is also in my top. Like, pretty solid pick, too.
Oh, here's the dudes from the wheelchair football league. They had like some veterans wheelchair game somewhere in the city earlier today while we were on the afternoon show.
Pan said it's much quieter in here today.
It is.
Because there's, I will say, roughly a quarter of the people.
That was weird. What? That Lions fan dressed like a beaver.
2 beavers better than 1. Twice fun. We need a beaver costume. Just for torture tickets. Like, Hank should have to dress up as a beaver and do... I still feel like we need to get him a shirt that says free hugs and send him to downtown Asheville. God, he would smell like garbage in a fish concert in 10 minutes.
I'd be afraid too many hits will give me life or something.
Somebody would definitely sell you a rock.
they definitely
They would ask
want
you
me
how
to
much.
ask how much.
That is for sure.
You didn't even ask how much. No, I didn't.
Apparently, beavers fight to the death with their tails. There's a dirty joke in there somewhere. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, there's a joke in there. Ches Johnson said you guys have been amazing with the coverage. We appreciate you greatly. We are already making plans to be in Green Bay next year. And we may have 4 at the table next year.
Can we do a charity beaver fight? Alex S. asks. I will fight a beaver for charity.
I mean this in the nicest way possible. You need to start off with a much nicer animal. You should.
Beavers are angry? Are they angry beavers? I mean, I know it was a cartoon when we were kids.
That's what my childhood taught me.
I'm not really sure.
That's what my childhood taught me.
I'm not really sure the beavers are that angry in real life.
Well, here's the thing. I think you need to start with like a cicada. Because I think that's more your weight class, bro.
I could definitely whip that chipmunk's ass.
I will say, we need to talk about this pick, but I have to give a total aside first. Rabbit holes, that's what we did. Sloan Judd said his money's on the beaver.
Marshawn Nealon.
Beaver's been whipping Tank ass since he was 13 years old. I couldn't help it. I had a dream last night when we did the boozes that we had started doing a daily segment cutting wrestling promos. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it was. And now it's all I want to do. I want to spend 3 months in the non-football times just going and listening. Because all I want to do is go full Dusty Road. And hard times, Daddy. How did we get to the NFL draft? Do you ever wonder that? They just look around and go, all these professionals and the 2 biggest idiots in sports radio are right in the midst of
Yes. Yes, we are.
hard times,
Hey,
Daddy.
keep it fun. Keep it fun. That is for sure. Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock here with 57 picks.
Mama brings home the groceries and I fry them up in a pan. Let's go, Daddy. Okay, Marshawn Nealon to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
Look, I know a lot of people don't love Marshawn Nealon. I'm a little surprised he lasted this long, to be really honest with you. I had heard the late first, very early second buzz on him.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think that's a quality pick for Dallas. I mean, you take that with Tyler Guyton last night, not bad for Dallas. I mean, obviously they absolutely hate that they didn't get Jonathan Brooks. But
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
There wasn't no way that I was going to trade up to go try to get him.
It's hard times, Daddy.
Hard times.
It's hard times, Daddy.
How could Greene duck that roll?
When I was a boy, Daddy did nothing but beat me with a belt and tell me how stupid I was. That hard time, Jack. Let's see. Alex S. said, what size donation would it take to oil tank up and do a photo shoot in Nacho Libre gear? Oh, I
actually have a wrestling mask that I could wear. So
he sure does.
I sure do.
You talk amongst yourself.
He said, should we start the bidding at $200?
You just hang out for a minute. I got an idea.
Oh my God!
I got an idea. It's a hard time, Daddy.
And I don't want to. I don't like where this is going.
I don't even like
where this is going. He's looking at singlets. I don't want to. I don't want to be a wrestler. Pan Gargamel says Tampa Bay will take Bortolini or whatever his name was. Well, I mean, we don't need him now because they got Graham Barton in the first round.
Yeah, Graham Barton.
But I mean, if you wanted to take him for a depth piece, I don't think I'd be mad at it. I'm not really wild about having Robert Hainsey around still. Where is that?
The big fist?
Yeah, where's the fist?
I don't know.
I know where the Ally building is. I guess it must be on the water side.
Well, I mean, they didn't.
Ally building?
Probably. I don't know. I feel like I saw it, but we've seen a lot since we've been here.
Yeah. I definitely did not.
It's all kind of starting to run together.
This is a much cooler town than I ever thought it would.
Oh, no doubt.
They have absolutely won the weekend.
Oh, I could.
And every person has made it a point to ask. Like even the security people at the door have been like, "How are you liking Detroit?" It's great. Oh, well, wonderful. We want everybody else. Right. We want everybody else to see how different this city has become. Oh, there are my guys. There's the Buckaholics. All turned up here in Detroit, Michigan for the 57th pick. I don't have a napkin right here. Yeah, okay. There's William Golston. We love how everybody else gets Hall of Famers, and I got William Golston. Thanks. Here you can have your third active defensive tackle. Sweet.
Awesome.
I'm so glad.
That's not a bad pick. That's not a bad pick.
I know for sure that we picked that in the mock draft earlier today.
Yes, we did.
6'3" and 3/8 inches.
You know, that second round mock draft is looking
pretty close.
It's looking pretty spiffy right now.
It is. I like Chris Braswell. He's got like lateral movement that is going to be real important. And we just can't seem to find an edge rusher. And so maybe
Chris Braswell's a good pass rusher. I mean, he doesn't do much else, which I feel like needs to be said.
Well, I mean, this is just for a team that hung their hats on getting after quarterbacks for such a long time. It's been a struggle the last few years. Ever since the Shaq Barrett injury.
Mm-hmm.
And then you lose Jason Pierre-Paul out of the mix. And Shaq Barrett never really came back to what he was. Joe Tryon, Shoyinka hadn't been good. Yaya Diaby was. I just saw what he's doing on his computer. You're gonna love it, guys.
It's very good. It's very, very
it's hard
good.
times, Daddy.
It's very good.
So yeah, I'm very, very pleased with the with the pick here from my Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Chris Braswell out of Alabama, the edge rusher, going at number 25 in the second round, number 57 overall, and then number 58 overall, Javon Bullard goes to the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, that's a good pick. I think we had that earlier too.
We're
Just killing it here. Killing the game.
And what was it? Just the speed that you didn't like with Bullard? Or that was a knock, I guess?
No, I just feel like I needed to add him to somebody else.
Mm.
I just the safety class outside of Tyler Newman, I don't really feel like there's anybody that's a complete player. So it's hard for me to get really excited about him.
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like they've added a pretty talented piece here to a defense that is growing in talent after the Edgerrin Cooper pick. Christian Harris out to make the pick for the Houston Texans at 59 overall. They take Blake Fisher, tackle from Notre Dame, 6'5", 3/4 inches. 310 pounds. Is this my right tackle that I was asking for?
I think Fisher could play on the left side.
I have Laramie Tunsil. I don't need him to.
Well, I meant in time.
In time. But does Blake Fisher push Titus Howard?
He could.
For playing time.
He could. I mean, look, Fisher was a right tackle, but I think he's a good player.
What do you think? What do you think of Titus Howard?
Good, not great.
Am I too hard on him? Because
Yes.
I think he's just a guy.
Yes, because there are plenty of other inferior offensive linemen that you rail on way more. So I will say yes. You're probably too hard on him.
Okay.
There it is.
Buffalo Bills have the next pick.
That's hard times, Daddy. That's hard times, Daddy.
No, look at that.
The American dream, nothing wrong.
Somebody's done stuff with that.
Hard times.
Good load.
We had one of these. You're supposed to be watching chat while I was making the American Wet Dream Duffy load.
Jack, with his first super chat, says, I will be out of town tomorrow, so cannot attend at the Village Porch, but here is for the oil tank.
Indeed. Let's go.
Nice little Nice little donation from you. Well, we appreciate all of the.
No doubt, we appreciate all of the kindness. I'm not going to lie to you. You guys have with the frugality that we showed with our accommodations. You guys have actually almost paid for that for this trip.
Yeah,
which is
that
means that anything else we get to keep is just money in pocket, which is we're a big fan of.
And indeed, which is just money that we get to spend on our wives when we get home. At least in my scenario, in my case.
I already bought the. What's that word? What's that word for
souvenir?
Souvenir. There we go. Mark Bradley said that makes me think Torture Tuesday should come back. You're totally right. Chance Johnson said lack of sleep and abundance of alcohol makes everything run together. That'll be tomorrow. By the end of tomorrow, I may be speaking in tongues. If you see me hold up a snake, somebody please take me home because it's all become just not good.
Timothy O'Toole says he couldn't tell which one was the live tank and which one was the Photoshop tank.
I mean, it's hard to tell.
He's got skills, right? All those skills.
It is hard to tell. There he is.
All right. While we're waiting for the pick for the Buffalo Bills to come in, is there? are you terribly shocked at Enos Rakestraw not being off the board yet?
No, he was so grabby that it doesn't. It doesn't stun me. I think Blake Fisher might have been the first player that I didn't have in the. I don't think I had him in the top 100. He was 102.
Oh,
he was 102. There's the first one I missed.
Peyton Wilson not being off the board is shocking to me. I didn't.
It's all on the medical.
I know it is, but I didn't think. I didn't really think that it would matter this much. I did not expect Troy Franklin to still be around at 60.
Troy Franklin's the one that's shocking me. Kingsley Suamataia is shocking.
Yeah, Kingsley Suamataia. He had a lot of hype building coming into the draft. All right, the Buffalo Bills making another selection.
If the Bills take Troy Franklin right here,
yep,
that would make you a winner. At least I feel like it would.
Okay. I mean, after getting Keon Coleman with the first pick in the second round. Cole Bishop. He's definitely not in your top 100.
He might have been.
Really? I don't feel like I don't know. That was not ringing a bell for me.
He was close. Now we're getting into the uh-oh.
The uh-oh.
The uh-oh. This is where we start seeing guys that I go, oh, no.
Oh.
First 58 picks, I missed 0. Last 2, I missed them both.
Yeah, that didn't really do a lot for me. I'm even watching like the highlight plays and the highlight plays that they're showing. Like, oh yeah, he did make an interception, but that throw was 8 feet behind the receiver. He should have caught that ball.
Yeah, I had a feeling Cole Bishop would go somewhere in not at this range. This is way high. I thought he would go in the early hundreds.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sione Baki's better safety. Certainly got a higher upside.
Right.
Oh, the Detroit Lions.
Barry's coming back out to make the pick here.
just watching this with Mayor Mike Dugan is talking right now. Just watching how this city has come to. Let's go. Watching how this city's come together for this.
Yeah.
It's a big moment. Enos Rakestraw, that was, I'm not going to lie to you, that was the guy I had him taken in the first round.
Yep, they're at 28.
Him and Terry and Arnold, that could be a hell of a cornerback duo for the long haul. We've got a Lions podcaster in front of us that is really unhappy with this pick.
Probably because he's seen the same tapes I have, and he goes,
she's a little grabby.
Holy hell! Well, that's 5 yards. Oh, that was 15 yards, and that was another 15 yards. It's just, that was a spot foul. This is the NFL.
Oh, no doubt.
You see how that happens? How that rolls up? You go, oh, he is so aggressive, and then, oh crap, that just turned into a 30-yard gain.
Yeah,
because he was too damn aggressive. But I mean, that's kind of the style of Detroit Lions football now. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to get after it. And that secondary's got some pop to it.
Mm-hmm.
With Carlton Davis, Enos Rakestraw, Terry and Arnold, Ryan Branch. I love the build in Detroit. I'm loving everything about Detroit now.
Well, I mean, Brad Holmes. Oh, and look, now that the Lions have picked and scattered.
And here they go. Man, oh man, that is such a talented roster. They're no doubt the favorite to me in the NFC.
Hey, it's a Loading Nada.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Haloti Nata.
Hey,
my team's on the bottom line.
So you're telling me there's a chance that we could actually make a pick before I die?
That's a lot of picks tomorrow. Watch this be an offensive line. Christian Haynes.
That'd be a good one.
Roger Rosengarten. That's what Baltimore does.
Mm-hmm.
It's just every single time Baltimore comes on the clock, you just have to assume it's going to be a guy that you don't have to go searching for. I am still dumbfounded that Troy Franklin hasn't gone.
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Question in the YouTube comments here from Pennywise. Was 2 corners necessary for Detroit?
Necessary? Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine? No, but I do it anyway because it's sterile and I like the taste.
Mm-hmm.
Necessary? The secondary is bad. Look, I mean, the reason the Detroit Lions weren't in the Super Bowl is because their secondary wasn't good. So, I get it. I really do. And Kansas City has just traded up with they traded up a pick.
They're just giving away shit now. Here, take a 6th-round pick.
They traded up a pick with San Francisco
to get Troy Franklin.
So they're going to take 2 receivers to start the draft?
Yes, I don't care. I didn't like the first one, so I'll
yeah. To be real honest with you,
we'll just do this one. We get it right on this one.
I didn't either.
Let's just burn that pick and move on.
Kansas City got 63.
This could be Sua Matea.
I would actually say it probably was. Kansas City got 63 and 211. San Francisco got 64 and 173. So San Francisco jumped up a round to move down one spot. We'll see who this is.
3.
I'll be really honest with you. I'll be stunned if this is not Kingsley Silvertail. I don't know who else. I don't know.
They need to.
I'm
need
shocked
to replace Donovan.
I'll be shocked if it's not Sil Mateo. I guess I'm a little confused as to why San Francisco didn't take him. It was moving up 40 spots. It really worth it tomorrow. That's just a little. Now the second time we've seen teams do that, and that just doesn't feel worth it to me.
Jamal Charles.
Kingsley Mateo.
It is. There it is. That was the guy that some had mocked to them at the end of the first round.
He's a little raw. Certainly needs some work, but the raw on him is really good. I mean, he's a people mover, and you put him in Kansas City with the weapons and with the quarterback. I love this pick. I do. I love it. I hated Kansas City's first round pick.
San Francisco and Buffalo just helping a team that they can't beat.
Which is funny. Which is humorous. Look at this. Flat-footed out of a pool.
That's pretty good. I've seen that happen before.
I have to.
I didn't like how it ended.
Who was that one?
Mekhi Becton.
That's who I thought it was.
It was Mekhi Becton. We lost our crap over him jumping out of the pool and then pulling the truck. That was him too, wasn't it? He was pulling the big semi. Was that not him? Tony Turntable says Troy Franklin performed like a newborn baby at the combine.
He's not wrong. I didn't think it was that bad. That we're to the point now he's going to go in the third round.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a little shocking to me. Daniel Vale said the Bears had a guy that jumped out of the pool like that too, and he sucked real bad. To be really honest with you, I think every player I've ever seen do that ended up sucking real bad.
Yeah.
Tristan Wirfs, he also did that.
Yeah, he does not suck real bad.
He does not suck real bad.
He's real good. And now it's bugging me, and now I got to figure out who the hell was pulling that truck.
It's going to be 80 tomorrow in Detroit.
Yeah. He was pushing the truck. He was pushing the pickup truck.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that video. I've tried to put Mekhi Becton out of my brain. We're on all of Shauna now.
Yeah. I think we're on new shit.
Jaron Gilbert was the name of the Bears that did that. I don't remember that guy.
I remember the name, but I don't remember the player. I have to look that one up.
God, Timothy O'Toole to New England can still get Troy Franklin.
Oh, yeah, I do remember him. He did suck real bad. He played for the Jets.
Timothy O'Toole says New England can still get Troy Franklin and put him up there with Polk and Demario Douglas. I wouldn't hate that at all.
I wouldn't even.
You talk about having three dudes who can go get it. Drake would be very happy. Matthew Hoffman wants to know who you like for your Jets at the fifth pick in the third round.
Currently, Troy Franklin. the one that I would prefer personally.
Yeah, it wouldn't suck. So the San Francisco 49ers.
This is the last pick of the second round.
Making their second pick of the draft after trading down again. Well, I guess they didn't trade down the first time. That was somebody else I was thinking of.
Oh.
They took Ricky Pearsall in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
They had been the other team that had been mocked with Kingsley Suamataia.
Yeah.
Which makes you kind of scratch your head about that, but maybe that's not clearly that's not where their minds are at the moment. What would you do if you're them?
If I'm San Francisco?
Yep.
With Suamataia off the board, that makes it more difficult because I felt like they needed an offensive tackle. Mm-hmm.
I mean, Christian Jones is the next tackle.
He is.
Or Goncalves from Pittsburgh. Ooh, there you go. There's your Florida State guy. Renardo Greene, cornerback out of Florida State. I think you've said that he could be a safety at the next level.
He could. Some people see him as a safety. Some people see him as a corner. He's going to play that move role, the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson role. He is a damn good blitzer. He's small. That's always been my problem with him. He did, and I'm glad the NFL Network said this. He did a great job against Malik Neighbors. He just has a really weird game for his body frame in the NFL.
They're all jazzed about it in the war room. John Lynch grinning ear to ear on the telephone there with his new corner safety, whatever he's going to be, Renardo Greene.
Let's go.
The New York Jets have just traded up to the 65th pick.
Please be Malachi Corley or Troy Franklin. I don't care which one it is. I really don't.
I've already
If this is Brandon Rice, I'm going to say wordy dirty.
I was told while we were at lunch that this was a certain Malachi Corley that Jeremy would soil himself.
I mean, it's definitively a wide receiver. It's just a question of which wide receiver is it.
My favorite's Troy Franklin.
I mean, Troy Franklin's the best player on the board. I mean, you want to talk about taking away the, well, we didn't have a second-round pick. Okay, we got a guy that we mocked in the first round. It was awesome.
Ola Fashanu.
Jet selection. And of course, it's the first one that we don't actually announce. That's wonderful.
Well, we got to do the salute to service,
which I understand.
Is very important. Mm-hmm. Thank every man and woman that has served our military as the husband of an American veteran, grandson of an American veteran.
I'm the grandson.
JROTC veteran myself. Proudly served my country for 3 years in high school. Selling ice cream on Fridays and wrapping pipe bombs for the football team. Let's go.
I was about to say.
I did my part. And I felt like that was enough. Like I had sacrificed enough. Sloan Jordan says if it's what he's hearing, it is. He loves it. What are you hearing?
Well, don't tell us. I want to hear it come out of somebody's mouth. They're saying it's a dub pick for the Jets, so I like a dub.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to go full Jameis Winston and eat them dubs, but I actually had to think about this. There's no doubt that somebody's going to come out and announce this because the Jets have a second-round pick.
Yes, you've got a Hall of Fame.
Somebody is coming to announce.
We know Curtis Martin's in town, right?
No, that was.
That was another event.
No, that was here. Yeah, that was here. Yeah.
One of the El Paso guys was showing us yesterday. He had ran into Curtis
at an
Martin.
event that we were at and didn't go into, and I immediately wanted to just.
Oh yeah, at the ballpark event. The Play 60 event.
Where they're telling me to get excited.
We had to go get in there and get our media credentials, and the window opened at 9:30 for us to get the credentials. We stood in line until like 10:40, got the credentials, and then immediately had to leave because we had a show to do in an hour.
Braylon Edwards, I loved him in the Jets. Who that dude and me? 2 tours of Afghanistan.
Awesome.
We thank you for your service.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Who am I about to fall in love with?
Malachi Corley.
Please be Malachi Corley or Troy Franklin.
Malachi Corley. That's your guy.
Yeah. I do love him. I love him. Oh, that makes me so happy. So you got Mike Williams on the outside. You've got Garrett Wilson on the outside, Tyler Conklin across the middle, Breece Hall out of the backfield, Malachi Corley, who is just a yak machine. Oh, I'm so happy that he's a New York Jet. He's one of my favorite players in this draft. I think he's been on every team. Every time we've talked about underrated players, I just absolutely love him. The Jets are very happy with themselves here, and I'm very happy with them. I am curious to see what it took them to get up there. It cost them the 5th rounder they got in the trade down. And the rumor is he was their 4th receiver behind the big 3. I have heard very similar things. I told Tank at lunch today that there were 3 receivers that the Jets were interested in. From what I was told, was Brennan Rice, Roman Wilson, Malachi Corley. And that was the flip of how they had them ranked. Oh, I love that. I do love that. Let's go.
All right, so you got you a slot receiver, and you got you a tackle.
Good.
It's a pretty good start. Pretty good start with Peyton Wilson still sitting there on the board.
There's Malachi Corley. Yeah, he's still there.
All right, we got.
Hey, Leonard Davis is coming back out to make another pick for the Arizona Cardinals. He's still here. Let's let him pick another one.
He's just having a good time. I love that saunter up to the mic. Just, I'm here. We're doing this. Ain't it fun? Trey Benson.
That's a good pick.
Running back out of Florida State goes to the Arizona Cardinals.
I had him with the Cardinals several times.
And now they have it. A running back that I might believe in. Amari DiMercado didn't do much for me. James Conner is one of those that I've never really believed in.
Trey Benson is Arizona fans, you're going to absolutely love Trey Benson. I mean, he's, in terms of my 30 years of Florida State fandom, he's one of my favorite players we've ever had. He is always a threat to take it to the house. I mean, I told you when Jonathan Brooks got hurt, that made it 1A, 1B at running back for me.
And all it takes is just one little inch. One little inch, one little truck, one little stiff arm, and you can kiss him goodbye.
Mm-hmm. The NFL Network comp was to Breece Hall.
Amazing breakaway speed.
Oh, yeah. He is a super talented player, and he's a great kid. I mean, an absolute, A1 kid.
Great.
Washington on the clock here. You know, I'm really liking what Arizona's doing. Now, Marvin Harrison Jr., that offense has got some juice to it.
Yeah, I mean, if you
I wonder if we're about to go down a running back run here. As I said, the start of the third round was where I thought running backs were going to start coming off.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't think the Commanders would be looking at one here, but
I feel like this should be Peyton Wilson.
Brandon Coleman, guard from TCU.
Yeah, that's not a guy that I love as much as everybody else does. He's just a house. I didn't love him as much as everybody else did.
Bob Brown wants Peyton Wilson to fall to Philly.
Might do it. That is my third missed out of the top 100.
And that is what they do. I mean, that is very Philly-y.
Oh, no doubt.
To throw him in there with all those other athletic linebackers that they have.
BG, he likes Coleman. I know there have been several people in the chat over the duration of the draft that really like Brandon Coleman. He's not really my flavor, but I would say Washington took him to play guard, so that helps.
They did.
They listed him as
a guard.
He's another one of those that if you're planning on playing him at guard, I'm okay. I'm not in love with it, but I at least understand it.
Right.
See, my problem, if you're taking guard there, why the hell did you not just take Christian Haynes, who for me is clearly a better player.
Pennywise called it
that I was gonna do on that pick.
You did that so much better than I was gonna do. GG Gambling says he still wants Cade Stover or Trice, or is that supposed to be Maris LaFau?
Maris LaFau.
That's not what that says.
Maris LaPoo.
That's just Lapui. Liupi.
LaPoo is what I just did on the Brandon Coleman pick. That was a LaPoo.
That was a LaPoo.
That was a LaPoo.
Yeah. That was quite the LaPoo. All right. I will be right back.
If you're going past that fridge, if you could bring me a beverage of some kind.
You got it.
And if it could be a full octane something with caffeine in it, that would be just boobies. Oh, boy. Okay. That's a thing. We have our first player, and I'm not going to spoil it, before they announce it. But we have our first player that I'm going to have to dig in to see where I had them ranked. And I'm going to tell you, it's going to be a weave down there. New England was a player that I had graded in the 6th round. I'm stuck on. There's just certain players I don't understand why they're still on the board. Troy Franklin, I get that the combine wasn't good. I just also get that the tape is. The tape is good. So happy the Jets got Malachi Corley. It's always there's something about the draft when your team makes one of your favorite picks of the day that it's as good as it gets, and the Jets still have 3 fourth-rounders, which I think that's where the value basically stops. Once you get out of the 4th round, tomorrow you're going to see just a frenzy of players that we all tend to like, and then it's going to get ugly in a hurry. Jason Griffin, the only thing I can figure with Peyton Wilson is that it's the medical. I had some discussions about him at the Senior Bowl. He blew up at the Combine, so I didn't have as many people ask me about him there, but I had a lot at the Senior Bowl. And basically the gist of it was that some teams didn't even have him on the board because they think the knees won't hold up for the duration of a rookie deal. I think that's a bit of an over-exaggeration. And I'm also not sure that I care. Matthew Hoffman asking, why do I feel like the Jets take Jordan Travis? Because they probably do. And if it's with one of those 2 picks that are in the 6th or 7th round, I'm totally fine with that. We're getting the pick here from Troy Vincent for the New England Patriots. And there's the pick. Caden Wallace, right tackle from Penn State. Not one of my favorites. I think speed's going to annihilate him in the NFL. He's one that I evaluated at guard originally and had a higher grade on him, and then it seemed like he was sticking at tackle. I believe he will stick at tackle with the New England Patriots, and I'm not a huge fan and I don't really understand how anybody could have him. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the tackles still left on the board. And this is not me just throwing shade at New England, which I'm sure I'm going to get accused of doing. But, I mean, I'm looking at tackles on the board here. How in the world do you have Caden Wallace ahead of – oh, let me get to my page here. How do you have him ahead of Christian Jones? How do you have him ahead of Kyron Emigagi? Those are really the two biggest ones. Dominic Pooney, if you evaluate him as a tackle. I like Matt Goncalves better. I like Javon Foster better. I like Isaiah Adams better. I like Pearl out of Illinois better. Oh, that's a full octane Mountain Dew. That's good stuff. You only missed one pick.
Yeah,
hey,
I heard.
It's old Rolf. Rolf's back.
I was out in the hallway. I heard Roger flapping his gums about something. I was also talking to a guy out in the hallway. He was asking me how I was liking it. I said, it's pretty cool. I like to do this every year. And he said, well, next year's Green Bay, and then Pittsburgh's the year after that, and then New Orleans is the year after that, and then Washington has it the next year. And I was like, well, that sounds like a pretty good list of places we could go.
Yeah, I'm good with all that.
that could be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm good with every bit of that. There we go. We knew we were going to get a Michigan player at some point to Mr. Harbaugh.
I really like him.
I like this pick.
I do. I like his take.
To me, that was a need for the Chargers. I'm happy that it was Junior Colson instead of Blake Corum, because I felt pretty damn sure that Blake Corum was going to pick.
He's coming. I feel like he's coming at some point. The only problem is he's not going to the Los Angeles Chargers. He could be going to the New York Giants with this pick.
I'll tell you another play we haven't talked about a lot that has not come off the clock yet. Come off the board yet. TJ Tampa. As much hype as there was about him, I'm a little surprised that he's still out there.
Well, when I told you that I had heard that there was some late first round hype on him, you told me that was absolutely crazy.
I agreed with that. I thought he was a mid to late two.
Right. So, how surprising can this be?
Well, I had him at 43.
Okay.
It's a Harbaugh guy going to the Los Angeles Chargers. I do like the fit with him of what they're going to do there.
Absolutely. It's the what's the word? Motor. I always love that love that term, because he does have a nasty streak.
Bill Buttigieg said, I thought we were done with this drafting. I will say about Caden Wallace, there were people that liked him. I didn't see anybody that had him second day. Mm-hmm. There was talk that he could sneak into the back end of the fourth round. But not everybody. I guess with the point of where I was headed with that, not everybody was as low on him as I am.
Right. All right, Tiki coming up again. Making a pick here for the New York Giants at number 70.
Andrew Phillips. He had a nice late surge. The Tyreek Stevenson comp. That is one I like. I did not like Andrew Phillips as much. Actually, it was somebody in our chat that was so dogmatic about him that it got me to go back really late in the process and watch him. And in my final ranking, I know he's here. He snuck in at 98. So I don't remember who you were that got me to put him in here, but thank you for that top 100 hit. I appreciate you. Whoa. Yep, that's him jumping over a car. Nice.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's impressive. Not
Yeah,
that
he's
and that he was able to lift the legs over the car rather than going sideways over the car like Blake Griffin did when he did the dunk contest. You know, he just kind of went to the side over the top of the car. Oh man, that's impressive. To go over and Blake also kind of went over the hood. That dude went over the roof. Feet first. That was impressive.
Daniel, but let's see. Chargers get Troy Franklin. Also, desperate payroll tax gone. Daniel Bales asked who I think the Bears are looking at with this next pick. I mean, I'm on level with it. You got a lot of damn options. There's a lot of still really talented players.
Yeah, there is.
Isaiah Adams, please.
I mean, just looking at the top of the board here from ESPN, Braylon Trice, Tez Walker, Dwayne Carter's still there, Johnny Wilson, Jalen Wright, Cedric Von Prawn Granger.
Isaiah Adams is a fine player. Over Dominic Mooney? Over Christian Jones?
Christian Jones is.
Over Christian Haynes? Over Cooper Beebe? I don't know.
The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers.
It always confuses the hell out of me when I see players like that. That I don't know how you're seeing, and I get scheme fit and things like that, but I don't see how you're seeing him as better than some of those other guys.
Carolina Panthers running their pick in here. 8th pick.
Peyton Wilson, let's go.
In the 3rd round. Right, that's the one you wanted last time.
Yeah,
it was.
Oh, but to finish off Daniel Bale's question, if I were a betting man of where the Bears would be looking with their next pick, it's hard for me to get away from Christian Haynes just because I'm so damn high on him. Adisa Isaac, I wouldn't hate that either. Tim Raymond asked if Braylon Trice slept with somebody's play.
I was just getting ready to ask, what about Braylon Trice?
I'm not shocked he's still on the board. I tried to temper expectations on him, but a lot of what I had heard. I'm going to level with you. There's only been a few picks here that have been really surprising to me. I mean, Penix was super surprising last night. Today, there have been a couple players that I'm shocked they went this early. A couple guys I'm shocked that they're still on the board. Other than that, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I was pretty dialed into this bad boy. I feel like I had a pretty good read on this bad boy.
Now you got the Panthers coming up here. Other than linebacker, offensive line continues to be a need.
Well, I mean, just looking at what Carolina's done already, you know, Xavier Legette and Jonathan Brooks. I do think that Peyton Wilson's the player you should be taking here, even if you have a medical on him. He's so good that at some point you just have to go screw it.
And he's got a high ceiling, just not for long.
What? Oh, I just saw who this pick is. No. I got the position right. So that is now my 101, my 102, and my 103 that have all been picked. Shoot. There were a couple that I told you after I put it out. Thought about it. That was a few that I wish I could have moved.
Mm-hmm.
Hit another question here.
Man, look at all of that talent. All right, you got another question, Sanders?
Pan asked if it was still cold in Detroit. It's getting a little cold, and then it's going to be warm as hell tomorrow and be cold in North Carolina. So,
It's not bad outside, though.
Bob Brown asked, would we go Peyton Wilson at 79 or Cedric Gray at 120? I don't think it's a loser with either one, but I would. Man, that's a lot of Panthers fans. I want Wilson. That's who I want. I think Peyton Wilson's a great value at 79. I think Cedric Gray belongs at about 120. Moose. Bradley Presley asked who did Cooper Beebe piss off. I tried to tell y'all that the upside on him just wasn't there. And he'll be picked sometime before the end of the month. I feel pretty sure of that. Trayvon Wallace.
Okay, so
the guy we talked about. I do his ability to cover tight ends, which the NFL Network sitting right there is something that would be intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
And he is a freak athlete, and he is so damn good against the run. He was my 103, and I knew as soon as I submitted it that I was going to regret that one. Because he had gotten a lot of buzz in the last, I don't know, week. Yep. It really got loud in the last week, maybe the last 2 weeks.
Man, that's another good player, though. I mean, see, this is what it looks like, though, when you have smart people in the room.
No doubt. That's 3 solid picks for Carolina.
Yeah.
And they added a second rounder for next year.
Decent value, good talent, acquiring future capital. Maybe things are changing. Ron Rogers, is Tank worried about my Falcons at all? Might be a tight division. Yeah. I mean, because the Bucs aren't very good. So nobody in that division is very good. It is going to be a tight division. But the fact that Atlanta's GM keeps making boneheaded moves, I'm feeling less scared about Atlanta now.
If they had added a pass rusher, damn. Well, I said he was going to go at some point tonight. It goes Cooper Beebe. I feel like Atlanta would be the favorite in the NFC South right now.
Yes.
But I don't feel like anybody in that division is – like if you told me Carolina won that division next year, would it shock you? It would not shock me. Yeah, it would not shock me.
It would shock me.
Mainly because I don't think any of you are all that good.
Yeah.
I think Atlanta's the most talented. But I don't understand why you're doing these things for so many years down the line.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make any sense. And, oh, God, Atlanta's on the clock again. These have been fun.
And the pick is in.
Cooper Beebe was my 71. He goes at 73.
There you go, Cooper Beebe to the Dallas Cowboys.
Rank in order where you would have the NFC South right
now. I've got Atlanta 1.
Agreed.
Tampa 2. New Orleans 3. Carolina 4.
I think I'm there. Put percentages on it. Win the division.
Atlanta's at 23%. Tampa's at 23%.
You're doing that Joe Biden.
I am doing that Joe Biden now.
Because you're at 46% of 2 teams left.
Yeah.
That were 3 and 4.
Yeah, they're all at 23%, and then the rest of it could be just Stone Cold Steve Austin coming out of the back. He could win this division. You just never know.
I'd go 40-30-20-10.
40-30-20-10.
Because I don't feel greatly better about there. You go. Now see,
Braylon Trice.
Now see that my friends is a good pick by the Falcons.
You wanted an edge rusher, you got an edge rusher. Braylon Trice coming out of Washington.
It's my number 59 player overall. The funny thing about that is that if I'm not mistaken, oh, no, I was close. I was going to say, I actually think Atlanta, just with the 73rd pick, took their highest-ranked player on my board of the 3 they've taken so far. Yep. But Braylon Trice was just a few spots behind Michael Penix, who they took at 8. Mm-hmm. That's a good pick, though. Got to be honest. Got to be fair and balanced. That was a solid pick.
Number 75 pick belongs to the Chicago Bears. Have that forthcoming. And just
what would you do here if you're Bears?
Let me look.
Oh wow. Did you see what number Caleb Williams took? 18.
Really?
Huh.
No, I did see somebody say in the chat earlier that Drake took the Mac Jones number. Drake took number 10, so he's just going to get a new nameplate for his Mac Jones jersey.
That's a perfect idea.
It's a great plan. I like it. Love it when a plan comes together. Oh, the Chicago Bears. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's the biggest need.
Biggest need? I mean, I would be looking at a pass rusher. I'd be looking at pass rusher.
Pass rusher?
Would be remiss if I didn't point out Kyron Amagagi did have a top 30 visit with the Bears.
I was thinking like a Brandon Dorlus.
Brandon Dorlus is a good one.
Could be a real interesting play for the Chicago Bears. I have Caleb, again, I'm just still on, if Caleb Williams can be half of what they want him to be. This team is a playoff team. An outside threat, I'll call them, to the Detroit Lions in the division.
Oh, I just saw Daniel Bale said that they had he thinks they go, I'm going to gauge you right here. I feel like it's destined in the cards. Kyron Amagagi is my number 75 prospect. We are picking the 75th pick. He had a top 30 visit with the Bears.
Okay.
And I had Amagagi in my final mock draft to the Bears.
There you go.
At this pick.
Nice.
And I realized none of that until just now.
Well, let's see if you can, if the universe will bring it together, or if it'll poo in your face, and they go with.
I certainly don't want to get pooed.
Mekhi Wingo.
I certainly don't want to get pooed in my face. That would be less than ideal. Now, as we're waiting for this pick to come in, it's a great time to say thank you to all the great watchers of the show. We're over 15,000 views, long-form views, since we got here just 3 days ago. So that's a thing. It's hard to do 15,000 long-form views, especially with live streams when YouTube hates them. And now, for point of reference, we were stoked our first year for 1,000. Yep, we were stoked for 1,500 second year. How many views do you think we did draft week last year? Live views.
You said we did 15,000.
We've done 15,000 this week.
I don't know. I'll say 6,000.
You're too high.
Really?
Over the course of the year, we snuck over 5,000. If I remember correctly, I think we were somewhere in the neighborhood of like 3,300.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That's growth, people. That's growth. There's old Peanut.
And we've only just begun.
One of the greatest NFL nicknames of all time.
Peanut Tillman.
The Peanut Punch. There it is.
Kyron Amagaji. And by the way, Mr. Phonetic Spelling, Peanut Tillman just said Kyron Amagaji too, and he's got the phonetic spelling on the card.
Yeah, Kyron Amagaji. That's how you say that name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you picked up on that. Mm-hmm. Not Kieran Amagaji.
Amagaji.
Kyron Amagaji.
Amagaji. But we're saying the same thing.
We're saying the same thing. And that'll almost be it for the Chicago Bears. One more pick to go in this
one
draft.
More pick total.
At
hey,
number
the Denver
22.
Broncos with their first. By the way, I do love that pick for the Bears.
Yes.
I think he long term could be left. He could be the left tackle of the future. It's just going to take a year because he's really going to have a big jump in competition.
I kind of like that math.
Dude, you're way too old and way too mustached and you got to mow it. Who is that?
No, you're not. No, he's not. That's your best friend.
Oh, there's no doubt. Man, that dude could be Tony Scheffler. God, I don't remember him at all.
Talk about Mr. 100 feet from a school.
Gee, Tony Scheffler and I could go crush 56 natty lights before anybody in this room got to 5. Let's go. Save some for God with the old school starter jacket too. Save some for the rest of us, bro. Like,
pretty sure Tony Scheffler has cashed a paycheck at the grocery store this week.
Dude. Dude, you should, without a doubt, make sure the door is locked or your wife is headed to Detroit.
The D.
She's headed to the D. For sure. The D. There's Jonah Ellis there, rusher out of Utah.
Oh, Tony Scheffler. The D. I'm still not sure who the fuck that is.
I remember the name, but I don't.
Jonah Ellis. Edge rusher out of Utah. Really? I don't think he was in your 100.
Really?
No, I don't remember it. No, he wasn't. Well, shoot.
No, let's do an inventory on the top 100.
Look,
here.
they look so happy.
Oh yeah. God, Denver's draft room every single time it flashed to them looks like they're being shown a timeshare.
At least they got free tickets to Disney, though.
Sweet.
It came with a parking pass, too. All we had to do was give them a $50 donation.
Bingo.
Or Philip $50 down payment. Raiders coming up with number 77.
So of the
They've
70,
only,
of the,
killed the draft so
they
far.
have killed the draft, which means they're probably getting ready to take. They're probably getting ready to take Peyton Wilson if that way.
Oh, that'd be great. Just keep on doing it. Nope. Delmar Glaze.
Okay, that's not one I'm fond of.
He didn't make your top 100.
He didn't make my top 300.
Excuse me, Delmar.
I had a non-priority undrafted delineation on Delmar Glaze. Whoa. Okay. That's a thing you did.
They let Mike Mayock back in the building for that one.
I'm going to be really honest with you. They don't live track the top 100. If anybody got a point there, you're a witch.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're Delmar Glaze Sr.
Delmar. Such a great name. So, Brock Bowers, Jackson Powers Johnson, Delmar Glaze. One of these things is not like the others.
Somebody got an NFL draft Detroit Raiders tattoo.
Bold. Okay. Just wanted to remember the day they got Brock Bowers. You'll want to remember that day.
No doubt.
Yeah, well, you did say after they drafted JPJ in the second round that they could just draft anybody from here on out.
They took that
and
way too literally.
And they've done it. They went, we're gonna see you, and we're gonna call your bluff on that, Flostradamus. Still give us an A after we take Delmar Glaze in the third round.
Houston has traded up 86, 123 for 78. Houston on the clock. Curious where they're planning on going.
Well,
I mean, Houston's
linebacker.
Houston's gone Kamari Laster, Blake Fisher,
Peyton Wilson.
We talk about this every year. There's going to be a player that we just keep sitting there saying the name over and over and over and over and over again.
And I feel like every time we're right.
We're inside the final 25 picks.
I believe the first one of these, or one of the first one of these, was JOK.
Yep.
And we were right.
Mm-hmm.
You should have taken him in the first round.
You should have.
Last year it was A.T. Perry that we were all pounding the table for. Finally, he went in the third round. Saints fans, tell them how you feel about that. Jatavian Sanders is still on the board, Jason Griffin.
He is. I don't think he's going to be the pick here.
No, he was just asking in the chat if he was still on the board. I'm not sure if it was related to the pick or not, but it still remains. Flostradamus' best available right now is Peyton Wilson, Troy Franklin, Christian Haynes, T.J. Tampa, Cedric Von Pron Granger. Jatavian Sanders, for what it's worth, is about 12 on the best available list, according to the Flostradamus Top 100.
A.T. Perry. Every time I hear that name, I just think of how many times. I wish I'd gone back and counted how many times he said his name.
My team's coming up. Quite a few picks here, but we're at least on the stream again. For 2 picks in this round. I'd forgotten about that. Kind of makes me excited. Muhammad Kamar's still on the board. I wouldn't mind taking another edge rusher. Kalen Bullock, safety from USC, is the pick for the Houston Texans at number 78 overall.
He's my 83rd player. That makes sense. He's got an upside that is really high. Depending on what.
Look at him getting up for that ball.
Oh, yeah, he's ball hawk.
Look at that.
He's a ball hawk for sure.
So is he? Where's he slot in with them immediately? Just as the third guy behind Ward and Petrie? Or I guess where do you see him playing? Is he the 3 or the strong?
He's probably the replacement to Jimmy Ward in a year. But he'll have a role off the jump.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have a trade. Indianapolis Colts have traded up.
Okay. And their pick is in. Some Colts cheerleaders in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Cardinals trade down to 70, or trade from 79 to 82. They pick up 191. They now have 12 picks. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Calvis was another one I had. 10 picks out of the top 100.
Oh, shoot.
Hey, well, I mean, in fairness, he got dropped out for Andrew Phillips. So that was one of those that I was missing one of you regardless.
Yeah. He's a brick wall.
Young Calvis?
Yeah.
He, to me, is like the tackle version of Cooper Beatty. I know definitively that there's not a star there, but I also don't think there's an absolute liability there.
Mm-hmm. Like a Rob Havenstein.
No, not that high.
He's not even that high? Okay.
Kelvin Beachum. That's
actually not bad.
That was the first name that came off the top of my head.
For third round?
Not Take him here. And it didn't cost that much to trade up. That dude has a notebook writing down every pick.
Mm-hmm.
You know they make computers for that.
Some of us still like to do it old school.
T.J. Houshmandzadeh.
Championship! Still the greatest fantasy football commercial ever. T.J. Houshmandzadeh.
And no, Chiefs Nation UK. Delmar Glaze did not go to the Senior Bowl.
He was invited, however, to the Cereal Bowl.
Or the Toilet Bowl. Cincinnati here at 80. Jermaine Burton. Ahead of Troy Franklin. Look, Burton's got all the talent in the world.
He's an asshole, though.
He's a bit of a head case.
He is a bit of a head case. He is that.
I did not think he was going to go in the top 100. I really didn't. I thought the character issues with him were.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Taylor was geeked.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Talent alone, he should be geeked. He's a very good player. But it's the attitude, and it's the headspace, and checking out sometimes, and getting into verbal spats on the field with other players and getting taken out of the game mentally.
Yeah,
has always been a problem with him. High emotion. How about that? That can be a negative.
I'll be real honest with you. I had Jalen McMillan pinned in at 80 right there.
Yeah. I mean,
they threw me a little swerve. Yeah. Chiefs Nation says Delmar Glaze was at the Senior Bowl. Okay, let me put it this way. He did absolutely not a damn thing because I was on the sideline for 3 days and did not see him one time. Did he go to the Senior Bowl?
I guess so. Yeah, no, it does sound very Bengali there, Stephen Tao. Classic Bengali.
He did. And of all of the people that were at the Senior Bowl, there is exactly 4 articles about it. That should tell you everything you need to know, because I did not know that.
I will say this. The Cincinnati Bengals, they sure do like national champions. Amarius Mims, Chris Jenkins, Jermaine Burton, first 3 picks of the draft. For them, they've got another one coming up at number 34 overall.
Oh, that makes me happy. Ari Maroff just shared. Look at my computer screen. Just shared that on. That was between Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh this morning.
No way. Shared a picture of
a message between Robert Saleh and
Malachi Corley, and it says
no matter
what
from both of them.
Yes, and he replied, no matter what, we will have this guy. That's awesome.
I absolutely love that. And that came from the Jets official. That came from the Jets official Twitter.
Malachi Corley
just shared it.
Was the first pick of the 3rd round.
Thank you, Steve Westbrooks, for sharing it with me.
We wage on here after Jermaine Burton just went at number 16 or number 80 overall to the Cincinnati Bengals. Now the Seattle Seahawks have turned their pick in at number 81.
Christian Mahogany or Christian Haynes would be my thought.
Goes some interior offensive line, little beef.
They need a guard bad.
Then we go Arizona Cardinals after the Seattle Seahawks. The Los Angeles Rams, the block of the NFC West teams picking here in the 3rd round of the NFL Draft. We are live on Radio Row. Thanks to Ingles Markets. Low prices. Love the savings. Don't forget to use your Ingles Advantage cards for all of the savings. And to get your gas points as well. Go to the pharmacy. Get all your pharmacying done. And use your Advantage card. You get 50 bonus points for every prescription. Pretty nice. And then you use all that to save on gas. And hell, the other day I got surprised and went and scanned my Ingles Advantage card and ended up with 60 cents off of every gallon of gas. I paid like $2.20 for gas. It was awesome.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah. Seattle Seahawks. flag football team.
Max K 238 asks, what happened to Peyton Wilson, Troy Franklin? Peyton is all medical. Troy Franklin, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know. I'm gonna try to get an answer to that. Hopefully in the morning. Yeah, there we go. Christian Haynes. That's very good. Very good. Byron Murphy, Christian Haynes. That's a hell of a start for Seattle.
Two major needs.
Now Christian Haynes went to the Senior Bowl, and I remember him being.
Yeah. I remember him being there because I was watching some of the one-on-one drills the other day, and they lined up some poor 7th-round prospect dude against him.
It was probably Delmar Glaze.
It was probably Delmar Glaze, right? No, it was a defensive guy.
I probably did the same shit.
Whatever defensive guy they put up in there, they were running the 2 offensive linemen against the 1 defensive lineman, and the defensive lineman that came up was someone I had never heard of, and he was going up against Tyler Guyton and Christian Haynes at the same time. Like, I would have left. I just can I go next time, guys?
I'm gonna go home now.
Can you bring Delmar over here and let him do that? I don't want to face Tyler Guyton and Christian Haynes at once in front of all these scouts. Somebody go call Delmar. He needs another rep.
Delmar needs a rep, and it needs to be this rep, please.
GG Gambling wants the Rams to take Cade Stover or Peyton Wilson, either one.
I mean, I'd take Jatavian Sanders if I was taking a tight end.
Cardinals are making the pick here at number 82. There you go.
Hashtag birds aren't real.
Hashtag birds aren't real.
That's a truther right there. That's a man right there that knows what the business is.
Tip Ryman, 6'4", 7/8 inches, 271.
That is a man that he knows the truth. He knows to have a healthy fear of your government.
He's heard all of the stories about my time in Vietnam. And when I was the governor of Minnesota, they wouldn't let my wife go to Cuba to spend money. I've listened to him tell that story like 8 times on 17 different interviews. It's crazy.
The thing I always love about him is that he can say some crazy thing like that and then go, have you ever had a double cheeseburger from McDonald's? It's just a quality piece of meat. The Cardinals are just very satisfied.
Yeah,
with
GT Gambling backpedaled on that Cade Stover thing. He didn't realize that Jatavian Sanders was still on the board.
I mean, here's the thing. If you had told me before the draft that we would have 3 tight ends gone at 82, and one of them would not be Jatavian Sanders, I would have said you were smoking crimes.
Yep.
But here we are. I guess the Cardinals heard his diatribe about, have you ever seen a baby pigeon? And they went, the locker room leader right there.
Well, the government actually orchestrated that. They want Kip close to Area 51 where they can keep an eye on.
No doubt. That could have come down from Roger Goodell. I'm actually not sure the Cardinals even made that pick. That could have been Roger Goodell.
Absolutely. LA Rams pick. Blake Corum goes to the Rams. So he does go to LA. He just goes to the other LA team. When I had a feeling that was going to happen. Had a feeling he wasn't going to make it back to the Chargers.
I did not think he was going to go that high. I really didn't. I didn't have him in the top 100.
And I don't feel like that was too untoward of you. It's been,
he's just so small.
Said through the process that it's a weak class. I mean, yeah, he is small, but he's so damn shifty.
Blake Corum does not do much for me.
And he's tiny, and he was real good in college. Is he going to be able to be effective in the NFL? Is he that elusive?
Well, I mean, the Rams have already made a pretty damn good NFL player out of a physically limited player in Kyron Williams. Ran really slow. And Blake Corum's is really short.
Mm-hmm.
He's really short. He is shifty. I get it. I mean, this is the range where I think we all thought he was going to go. It's a little high for me, but yep, we got to have the hugs. Everybody's always excited.
Yeah.
Nobody ever, except Denver. Denver takes
Indeed.
players and they just all look at each other like, "I will slap you."
Blake's dad's all jacked up.
He is hyped. I need him to be my alarm clock. I just need you to show up and get me hyped for the day. Like, let's go.
Get up.
We're doing stuff today. Oh, Tony Turntable has a really good point. Tip does not believe that the mascot of the team he now plays for is real.
Yep.
Solid. That's a solid get right there.
Conundrum.
Tony, that's a good one. I'm very proud of that. Well, what is happening?
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Why did the lights go out? Or was that just the Steelers as a backdrop?
Yeah.
I haven't gotten a player in. It's been a few picks now, so it'd be real good if we could get a Peyton Wilson here. Roman Wilson. Well, we're close.
You got a Wilson. Wilson.
Close.
Roman Wilson, wide receiver from Michigan, national champion. Goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is their third round run.
Yeah, this is what they do they do this every 3 years. They draft a receiver that comes in as an absolute stud, and then he loses his mind and goes elsewhere and disappears.
So T's and P's.
Yeah, I mean, buy stock in Roman Wilson and sell it in 2027. That's where this is headed. I've read this book. He was indefensible at the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody got him. It's just so funny to me to watch teams that you do the same thing every year.
Maximize value with every pick.
I'm starting to think that Troy Franklin must have done something horrible.
Yeah.
And it may have involved public nudity and a horse. Because that's the only excuse I have that he's still on the board at 84.
Cleveland Browns, their pick is in. The pick at number 85. Philadelphia coming up next. Dallas, Green Bay, then Tampa Bay. I mean, if Pittsburgh gets some decent quarterback play, that's a team that's quickly becoming talented enough.
Who?
Pittsburgh.
Well, the problem is they're not going to get
None?
decent quarterback play because they have Justin Fields, and that's right.
Yeah. I still feel like either of those guys can give you decent play.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they can still play.
All right, we're in a commercial break, so
And we leave it up to the you going
I'm
for
a
run.
I'm a running fiddle.
Right.
You need me to throw anything on?
No.
Okay.
No,
All
I think
right,
I'm all good. Oh, the poo-pooing. Yeah, pounding the caffeine here. As we are running into hour 27, I believe it is, of the last 3 days of live coverage from Detroit. It's been a great trip. Again, we appreciate everybody hanging in with us and hanging out with us, as always, here in our tight-knit little family. We're live on Radio Row, waiting for the 85th pick to come in the third round down the stretch of day 2 of the NFL Draft. Jeremy will be back on the YouTubes tomorrow, live from the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue, the home of the football home of the Sportsocracy. He'll be doing day 3 live. Then, of course, we'll be with you on Monday and Tuesday of next week to wrap up. We'll have our Power Rankings Tuesday. We'll have all of the draft grades of all 7 rounds of the draft coming up on Monday. And then there will be a 3-day hiatus because it's going to take us a while to recover from this one. This is it's been a long draft in the season as always, and yeah, that's how next week's going to go down. But we always appreciate all the kind words, all of the super chats that have come in, all of the things. We really, really appreciate it, and just continues to feed the dream here as we have grown quite a bit here in the last 4 years since launching this into an everyday thing. Let's see, satisfied Browns fan, it's your time. What are y'all going to do? TJ Tampa or Troy Franklin? Those are 2 of the top names on the board. We're down in the Jalix Hunt territory as one of the best available players left. Brandon Dorlus is another name that I expect to hear called here pretty soon. Zach Zenter, the guard from Michigan. Another reason why all the Michigan people are here tonight. Fitting that they had, they did have 17 players that were in line to be drafted tonight. Part of the reason that they, brought the national championship trophy, and they just brought the entire school up here. Jeremy and I saw them all getting off the bus, and it was just wave after wave of Michigan fan, booster, you name it. So Zach Zenter did not allow a sack this past year. Guard out of Michigan going to the Cleveland Browns. So they've taken Michael Hall Jr., defensive tackle out of Ohio State, with the 22nd pick in the second round. And now 1 round later getting Zach Zenter. They'll be shut out of the 4th round and then have 5th, 6th, and 2 7ths coming up. Number 86, San Francisco 49ers. Dominic Pooney out of Kansas. Oh, Dom Pooney. Oh, Dom Pooney. An interest in a chip and salsa? No, I think I'm good, but I appreciate it. Zach Zinter went to the Cleveland Browns. Back satisfied Browns fan asked,
That's a good pick.
but why?
That's a good pick.
He said he doesn't hate the pick. It's just it didn't make his pants tight. So
Yeah, I took Zinter out of the top 100 because I didn't think he was quite going to make it.
Yeah, but he did. And then Dominic Pooney just went off the board to the San Francisco 49ers.
He was so good at the Senior Bowl.
Pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys.
My only problem with Pooney is I'm not really sure what position he plays.
Mm-hmm. The Cowboys have already added 2 offensive linemen in this draft for Cooper Beebe and Tyler Guyton. And they added Marshawn Nealon, edge rusher out of Western Michigan. I mean,
It's not bad.
this is like an A draft. Maybe a B plus.
There it is.
Maybe a B plus.
You're going to get to the B. It deserves to be here in a minute.
Are you going B minus?
No,
okay.
It's
just a solid
stand
B.
up. Nope.
Thank you for turning off the microphone so we don't have to listen to the jaw pop. Appreciate that.
I'm here for you.
Evan Doyle says he's deep into the liquor. How you feeling? We're feeling okay. We're not deep into the liquor here on Radio Row. It'd be a lot cooler if it was, but they don't allow that here.
I will be tomorrow for day 3.
Well, we have no doubts about that.
And if you're in Asheville, come hang out with me.
Oh no.
Village Porch.
Oh no.
What? I don't want to know.
Boop. I just set myself. And it smells real bad. And these people behind us are going to smell it in a second. And they might fight me. Yikes.
And that's what I get to deal with.
Oh, this might be something I have to publicly apologize for. And then oh no. Fun times here. Radio Row 2024 NFL Draft. Waiting for the Dallas Cowboys pick to come in.
I'm just really sad you didn't play that one up.
Oh boy. That was one of those you don't want to be in and pay attention. You don't draw attention to that. No, thank you. Dallas has been predicted to be going after a running back. Is this a spot?
I would think so. They've been hot on. Who have they taken so far?
They have
2 linemen.
taken, Tyler Guyton, Cooper Beebe, Marshawn Nealon. Really good pick.
Don't sleep on Peyton Wilson. They've been hot on linebacker.
All right. I'm kind of hoping Peyton Wilson hangs around for another pick or 2.
Maris LaFau.
There you go.
That is not the linebacker I thought it was going to be. I do love him. The thing about LaFau is that he is just a man possessed in a positive way and a negative way. He's an absolute game breaker, but he plays out of control from time to time, and it gets him into trouble. And it's the reason he could have been the second or third linebacker in this class. Actually, I think he might have wound up being the second or third linebacker in this class.
All right, Maris LaFau coming off to the Dallas Cowboys. And the Green Bay Packers next up.
Mark Gordon asked if I were to guess the next Eagles pick, who would it be?
Hey, you know what we need?
Another running back?
Another running back. One thing Green Bay Packers don't have enough of, running backs. A.J. Dillon, Josh Jacobs. Screw it. Let's get another one.
Let's do it again. And
yeah.
What's sad is that I had heard this the whole process, that they were going to add another running back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I made fun of it when they did A.J. Dillon as well. We all did. We all scoffed at it. Why in the hell would you do that? Why wouldn't you go get another weapon for Aaron Rodgers? Yet you got him another running back. Congratulations. This is a little bit of a different situation, though, because, I mean, I don't feel like there is a glaring need here. It wasn't like you're talentless in so many spots, and you went out and got a running back despite that. Because other than, like, offensive line depth, the team is pretty solid.
Flush with young talent.
Absolutely. All right, Buccaneers, let's go. Give me something good. Tyke Smith. I'll be just fine with that. Have him playing back there with Antoine Winfield.
There's so many guys that are going to be on the board tomorrow. But you've liked Tyke the whole time.
I will say I'm liking this draft. This is probably one of my favorite drafts in a long time for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Graham Barton was a no-doubter in the first round for me. Filled an immediate need on the offensive line. You needed an edge rusher with no more Shaq Barrett. You get Chris Braswell in the third round, or in the second round, excuse me. And then now with your first pick in the third round with another one coming in 2 picks. You go get you a good safety in Tyke Smith, a good developmental piece that's going to be behind Antoine Winfield or alongside Antoine Winfield for the duration of his lifelong career. I know you haven't signed him to the long-term deal yet, but you know it's coming.
Well, we're going fast and furious now.
Yeah. Pick 90. They're like, let's go.
They're ready to go home.
Elijah Jones. Damn it. cornerback out of Boston College, is another
Knew
one.
he was going to top. I knew he was going in the second back.
Yeah. I'm not real familiar with Elijah Jones.
He's a corner that had gotten really hot in the. I mean, look, Boston College was not an easy watch, but the tape on him at times was really, really good. He and Andrew Phillips, they play similarly, and they had kind of the same trajectory here in the last probably 2 to 3 weeks. We are down to the final 10 picks of our time here in Detroit.
What a time! What a time it's been.
What a time to be alive!
Yeah, it's awesome. It is awesome. It's been a fun journey.
Mm-hmm.
So we got the Green Bay Packers getting ready to make a pick. They should probably be looking at a corner as well. You still have TJ Tampa on the board, which was that was a popular matchup with my team for obvious reasons. Who picked next, by the way? So just keep that one in mind. It could happen.
Well, you got Green Bay on the board here who hasn't taken a corner.
That's what I'm saying. They should probably be looking at him. But if they don't do it, my team could do it in the next pick. Top corners on the board: TJ Tampa, Cam Hart, Kyrie Jackson, Chris Abrams, Drain. And then your next one is Nehemiah Pritchett after that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my YouTube page is blipped out on me. Check over on the chat, see if we got any action going on. Yep. Tank charted at the draft. He sure did. No lies. Need to go white.
Oh, there are times that I look around and go, how the hell did we end up here?
Let's see here. Matthew Hoffman says with Jacobs' injury history, he doesn't think that the running back pick there for Green Bay is an awful pick. I mean, I guess.
Well, I mean, the only problem is he's got A.J. Dillon.
Right.
That's a considerable investment in running back. But it's not, like you said, it's not like he is, like you have huge needs in other places that you forsook to take a running back.
Mm-hmm. All right. How do you feel about McMillan to the Baltimore Ravens? Stephen Tal wants to know.
I'll be shocked if McMillan's not taking the next 10 picks.
Well, the Ravens are coming up in 2.
Mm-hmm.
So
McMillan's a guy that somebody's going to get a great value on.
So I think he likes it. If that's what the Ravens
it would be
do.
a very Raven-y pick.
Yeah. Tyron Hopper.
If you had told me Tyron Hopper would go ahead of Peyton Wilson, I would have said you smoke crack.
Mm-hmm. That medical must have been real bad.
I mean, I heard it was less than ideal, but I thought that was going to take him out of the first round, not take him out of the first 2 days.
Right. So much room for activity. Tampa didn't wait.
They did. They were stacked up. You can always check the back clock when they show the stage because it's live. Baltimore was on the clock when we made Green Bay's pick.
Oh, I see. Hell, we're already down to like a minute and a half on the clock for the next team.
Mm-hmm.
I just noticed that. Jalen McMillan.
There it is.
The wide receiver out of Washington. Well, Stephen Tao, sorry, not sorry.
Ooh,
I didn't
apologize.
let him hang around for your team. I'll be just fine with that. Slot specific receiver?
Yeah. Yes, he is slot specific for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But
we run a lot of Chris Godwin out of the slot, but they do move him quite a bit.
Well, the thing about McMillan is that when he was healthy, if health was not a thing, we wouldn't be here because he was the guy at Washington. Then he got passed. I mean, you can see right there, he had 1,100 yards in 2022.
Yep.
But then the injuries caught up with him. And, I mean, I told you, I thought somebody's going to get a great value in him, and it's your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think he's the ultimate replacement to Chris Godwin.
I would agree with that. I really love Trey Palmer, too. And that gives us 4 really good targets to throw to. And that offense ain't terrible. I'm telling you, it ain't terrible. They've made some upgrades on the offensive line. They'll be able to protect Baker better. Obviously, Baker's still an issue for me. But you get a better running back, or at least another good running back, to pair with Rachaad White, that offense could be crazy good. The only problem is you still got a
Defense sucks.
Nah.
It sucks.
Nah, I disagree.
Who rushed the passer?
I disagree. Who rushes the passer? Kalijah Cansey and Yaya Diaby and Randy Gregory. Joe Tryon Shoyinka and Chris Braswell. It needs a little work. It ain't great.
God, that was like opening your Madden cards or what are they? 2K cards in NBA 2K and going, oh look, I got Contagious Caldwell Pope.
Oh shoot. I like it. I like it a lot. Tony says I'm going to absolutely love McMillan.
I think you will.
Says he just gets open. I do love that about a wide receiver. Man, that is a real talented group, because I didn't even mention Raheem Jarrett, and he's pretty good too.
Mm-hmm. He's your 5.
I know.
Which is stupid. Now, the problem with that is that you have Baker Mayfield throwing to it.
Indeed.
Which is like saying, I have the Spice Girls at my house and erectile dysfunction. I'm a wordsmith. What can I say?
I mean, just paint the picture.
Paint a picture with my words.
Let's see. David Evans Olson just joining us here. He's trying to catch up. Curious what the Steelers have done in the draft so far. So give me just a second here, and I'll pull up your draft class. They've done really well, I'll tell you that. Roman Wilson was the 20th pick in the third round, and they're getting ready to make another one here in about 5 picks. So you got Roman Wilson in the third round. Second round pick was Zach Frazier, the center out of West Virginia. And then you add that to getting Troy Fautanu yesterday. Upgrades to the offensive line. Steeler football. Go get a third-round wide receiver that just gets open.
Yep, and the Baltimore Ravens are about to do a thing that the Baltimore Ravens do.
Take the best player on the board.
Not quite the best player, but a pretty damn good one.
Troy Franklin.
Wrong position.
Oh. The Steelers suck. Awesome. Adisa Isaac.
That's what Baltimore does. Hey, let's go get a pass rusher that should, under no circumstances, still be here. But he ran a little slow. Whoop-de-damn-do.
Can he kill quarterback?
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care how little slow he may be.
It's a Ravens pick. It doesn't even surprise me anymore that you just keep doing this year after year after year. We talked about Adisa Isaac in the second round, and here he is at the end of the third.
The Philadelphia Eagles coming up next. 6 picks remaining in day 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft.
You're going to laugh when you say who this is.
We're coming to you live from Radio Row, thanks to Ingles Markets. Low prices, love the savings.
You're going to laugh when you say who this is, because this is the player that I told you would be the first player not in my top 100 to go.
Uh-huh. I don't remember the name.
It's on the screen right there. I didn't have him that high.
Mo?
No. Jalix Hunt.
Aha. Yes, sir.
Had him Philadelphia in the mock draft earlier today. Have him, and he goes to Philadelphia right here. That is a stud prospect. I mean, in terms of if you don't need him to do anything this year because you can just teach him to be a football player.
Yep. Jalix Hunt.
You actually heard an audible buzz in this room when that name popped up.
Uh-huh. Out of Houston Christian.
Biggest freak in this class. Literally, he is the biggest freak in this class.
6'3" and what did I say? 3/4?
252. 6'3", 252. Started as a safety at Cornell. Wound up as the Southland Defensive Player of the Year as an edge rusher. And just, I mean, man amongst boys. eating guys for lunch. I mean, they're showing the clips right now. And he can drop in coverage. He's just a perfect 3-4 outside linebacker prospect. Hey, look, Howie Roseman does it again.
But coming out of Houston Christian, is there a major question about being able to hold up to big boy talent?
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and there's going to be a huge jump in competition. But in terms of the just pure raw talent, that's about as good as you could have expected out there.
Okay.
If the Buffalo Bills don't take Troy Franklin right here, I'd give it.
He must have murdered somebody last night. The only crime that's happened in Detroit since he's been here. Dwayne Carter out of Duke.
Ain't bad either.
That's a pretty good pick. Dude behind us is digging it. He must have had Dwayne Carter as one of his pound the table guys.
Man, he's a damn good player, and I love that fit with Buffalo. I don't think I had that at any point. "25 tackles for loss in his career.
It's a bunch. I was just making sure it was muted so you weren't chewing on your mic. All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars up next.
I'm just dumbfounded at some of these players on the last one this month. And, I mean, we do this every single year.
Uh-huh.
You know it's coming, and yet somehow it still just blows your mind.
TJ Tampa, Peyton Wilson, Jatavian Sanders, Troy Franklin. Clearly the names that we said the most in the waiting process here. Others still available that we've talked about a lot during the process. Christian Jones, Cam Hart, Brandon Dorlus, Tez Walker, Mekhi Wingo, Jalen Wright. The top of the fourth round is going to be great. Cedric Von Prawn is one that I'm kind of surprised has not come off the board yet tonight. I believe every other Georgia player has, so he may be next.
I mean, look, as a fan of a team that has 3 fourth-round picks, I like how it's setting up.
Yeah.
Tez Walker, that's a guy we haven't really mentioned either.
Mm-hmm.
He just looked damn talent. Dadrian Taylor Demerson, he got a nice surge here at the end of the process. He's still Mookie Watson, Theo Johnson, Mo Kamara, Kalen Carson, Hunter Norvat, Bub Means, Jalen Simpson, DJ James. I mean, ESPN has Christian Mahogany as the 50th best player still left.
Yep. Cedric Gray. That was another one that we didn't mention, or that I didn't mention. Thank you, Pam, for that. Oh, boy. Oh, it's winding down.
Got
So am
5
I.
picks late. No kidding.
So am I. I apologize.
No
The
kidding. That's
long
why I was
silence there.
That was why I was trying to throw some carbs in my system.
Whew.
The hopes that I got just enough fuel to get through. Jerry and Jones. He was a guy that had been talked about as could sneak his way into day 2.
6 foot tall, 190.
That's a really good example of something that I talk about a lot in the process, that you get a guy that is close to a school, because Florida State and Jacksonville are not terribly far apart.
Right.
And they have to have a really good eye on him. He is a freak athletically. Really good play in the room. Is he raw in coverage? No doubt. And some of the tape on him will make your brain hurt. Tony Khan, take that dumb-ass neck brace off. Idiot.
But Chris Jericho kicked his ass.
Oh, he got power bombed by somebody in stupid AEW. That would drive me crazy if I was Jericho. Roger Brinson asked, do you think the Bengals go up? I can't see it.
Cornerback or running back?
I could easily see either one, to be honest with you. I mean, there's a ton of players still left, so. I think I've seen T.J. Houshmandzadeh 6 times. Kenley Jackson.
Oh, wow.
That's a big damn dude.
Yeah, huh?
Really,
really
really strong. Just never became the player that he was supposed to be. First plays are phenomenal. Then he just disappears for 2 weeks at a time. But if you could ever get it out of him. Now, I will say that's 2 defensive tackles?
Yes. Chris Jenkins, McKinley Jackson.
Are we going 3-4 and nobody told me?
As the next era, I guess. The next era of defensive tackles there.
Well, I mean, they had some giants. DJ Reader, B.J. Hill.
Mm-hmm. And Sheldon Rankins is there.
Yeah. Sheldon Rankins has become a complete mercenary. He's on his 4th team in 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Pick is already in for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pan Gargamel calling for T.J. Tampa or Cam Hart. Time for the Steelers to have a corner.
To be honest with you, I'm shocked they haven't. I love what they've done. I am shocked they haven't taken a corner yet.
He says or a linebacker.
I'm going corner here.
Now we got a super chat.
Because we have a good number.
From Gage Camplin, he says, just tuning in now, what are your thoughts on the DeJean pick?
That's to me probably the safety of the future. If not, then you're going to get him in that move role. I really like him with Quinion Mitchell. I mean, he got two of my top 3 corners. So it's just hard not to like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but this is what happens this is why good teams that have been good for a long time tend to stay good. A, they draft better than everybody else. Yep. B, they can take the risk on a guy that may not be ready to play week 1. Bad teams can't do that. They have to take a guy that can play right away. I've got to have somebody that can fill a hole.
Yep. Now we got 3 picks left in the 3rd round of the 2024 NFL Draft. Day 2 wrapping up. Peyton Wilson, Troy Franklin, TJ Tampa still on the board. Cam Hart as well. Cedric Von Prawn Granger.
Ben Whitley asked, what do we think about Jerry and Jones? He's raw, good against the run, really aggressive. But Jacksonville has good eyes on him. What we said was that they're very local to each other. Makes all the sense in the world. It's why I pair up teams that are close to schools because they have really good intel on that.
Yep.
Final 3 picks of the 2024 NFL Draft for us live here from Detroit. Tomorrow, I will be back in Asheville, live at the Village Porch, noon Eastern Standard Time. We'll be live on YouTube answering all your questions. Monday and Tuesday, we'll be giving out off-season grades, draft grades, all those good things. And then we're going to take 5 days off. And frankly, I may sleep for 2 of them. We got 3 picks left, but Tank and I's night has only just begun.
That's right. 98th pick overall in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers will select Peyton Wilson, the linebacker.
There it is.
At ANC State.
Hey, weird. There's a real good pick by the Pittsburgh Steelers. But his knees, he mailed. Who cares?
I like that comp, too.
Kiko
Alonso. Holy smokes. I hadn't even thought about it. Now I can't unsee it. Kid's an absolute rocket. I mean, just flies to the ball. Athleticism off the charts. Question is, can he stay healthy? And that's the only thing that I can think pushed him down this far. Nobody willing to take this.
He is an off-ball linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be learning a position. By the way, they got Roman Wilson and Peyton Wilson. Pick is in for the Rams. Final 2 picks here, Rams and Commanders.
Tyson, your guess is as good as ours on the Troy Franklin thing. Don't know what happened.
Gigi is trying to speak Jatavian Sanders into existence.
Hope it works out for you. Nope. Cameron Kitchen. Hey, look, it's Jeremy. Troy Franklin fans tonight just streaming into their microphones. It's a gif of his cousin.
They're putting hormones in the water and making the bird.
Making the bird gay.
It's without a doubt the funniest thing that anybody has ever said to me, and now I can't unsay it.
I do love it. Good God Almighty.
Cam Kinchens was the number 1 safety coming in. It just seemed like every time you turned around, there was something else bad coming out about him. The more people dug into the tape, the more things you found that you just didn't love.
Right.
At least that's the way it worked for me. Then by the end, this is about where I had him.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the also receiving votes for my top one.
Yep. All right, number 100, the final pick in the third round, day 2, almost in the books. The Washington Commanders making the pick.
All right, our final pick here.
Running back. Well, I mean, I said running back, and they went, no, we'll take his wide receiver brother.
You talk about one I don't get.
Luke McCaffrey.
I don't get, and I literally got a text earlier today that said Luke McCaffrey's going tonight. We go into day 3. Troy Franklin, who was in the first round in many of our mock drafts, still on board. TJ Tampa, who had first round buzz, still on the board. Cedric Von Prawn Granger, Cam Hart, just a crazy amount of talent.
Yep. It's going to be a lot of talent available at the top of the 4th round and beyond. Well, I mean, into the second half of the 5th round, and then that's when the talent drops off. But a lot to tune in for tomorrow. For day 3 of the NFL Draft, Jeremy will be live from the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue. Back home, cozy little Asheville, North Carolina. It has been quite the trip to Detroit, Michigan. My first time in the city. Jeremy's first time outside of the airport in Detroit.
Yep. I came to the airport. It's way the hell away from everything, which we're about to find out.
And again, big winner of the whole draft process so far this weekend, the city of Detroit. If ever Detroit was here, it's back. Mm-hmm. And in a big way. They've really put themselves on the map, done a heck of a job hosting all of this. I didn't see an estimated number for tonight's attendance, but last night was over 250,000 people.
Yep.
Tonight was probably half of that, and then might have another half of that tomorrow. The weather's going to be great tomorrow.
It's supposed to rain.
Oh no! I thought it was supposed to be nice and sunny.
It's supposed to be warm, but there's rain.
Oh well, that's a bit of a problem. But they have so many things. The entire downtown district has come together with so many different activities surrounding this event that it really showcases the things that Detroit really does have to offer. And I'll be honest with you, it has a way more to offer than I ever thought it would.
It does. It does for me too. You know, I mean, they're still working on this, but the downtown down here, Marshall's Park, is fantastic. It was really well equipped. Everybody here, markedly nicer than I think either one of us could possibly have ever thought.
Yes, and I think a lot of it has to do with illegal crimes.
It might be. Hey, everybody's high.
Everybody's just nice to everybody because we're all just walking around the street smoking doobie.
But I mean, it's a great event. We've enjoyed it thoroughly. Now we have a flight to catch.
Yes, we got to pack everything up, get on the early morning flight out of Detroit, so we can get back for day 3 of the draft tomorrow. For Jeremy, I'll be back in town, but I'll be over at Mark Starling's wedding. We will touch base with you all, reconvene all together on Monday at noon in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, 1400, and, of course, right here on the YouTube stream. Thanks to everybody who hung out with us for the first 2 nights of the NFL Draft live from Radio Row. Thanks to our chief sponsors, Ingles Supermarkets. Low prices, love the savings. We will see y'all back at home tomorrow.